We'll talk to him about that. And also, he has been working on an interview. I believe he's doing that right now at this moment, where one of the alders is trying to turn a recent tragedy into a moment to reignite his push for a snap curfew for the city. So we'll be able to talk to Paris about both of those things coming up just as soon as he finishes that interview with the alderman. Also, we're going to be getting a sighting, hopefully, somebody out there, of a geomagnetic storm today. The weather is supposed to be deteriorating for many of us in the city especially, but we have called in a space scientist with NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center to talk more about the possibility of catching something really cool in the sky. We know we have a lot of space lovers who watch this show each and every day, so that should be pretty exciting. The city of Evanston is working on making sure they don't have a bunch of rodents running around on the ground. They are part of a pilot project now, partnering them with some folks who know quite a bit about wildlife to look at a rat contraception idea to curtail the population. And the Chicago Bears are partnering with the Salvation Army for a special community meal. It's going to be featuring some players serving warm holiday meals to those in need. We're going to take you there live to see plenty of smiling faces, including a few that may seem pretty familiar to many of you. All of that is ahead, again, in a jam-packed show. But first, a situation in Florida that has garnered national attention, maybe for all the wrong reasons here. Several members of a Philadelphia youth football team who traveled south for a championship game, got sacked with criminal charges instead of vying for a trophy before their trip back home. Polk County, Florida Sheriff Grady Judd is here with me now. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my honor to be with you in all of Chicago today.
So let's just first start by going over what went down. What happened?
Well, first and foremost, this football team, the Thoroughbreds, were here to play for a championship game, as you explained. Well, on Saturday morning, they were in a short-term rental and without adult supervision took two Ubers down to one of the Dick's Sporting Goods at a big mall we have. And they paired off into four groups, and they went into this sporting goods store and started stealing. They stole over $2,000 worth of merchandise, over 47 different items. And of course, Dick's Sporting Goods, which has great security, notified the sheriff's office. We immediately arrested all 8 of them. Now, they should have been preparing for their championship game Saturday night, but instead they were at Dick's Sporting Goods without adult supervision, stealing. So we notified the coach. The coach showed up and asked us not to charge them. Oh, don't charge them. We said, hey, we don't know how you deal with this stuff in Philadelphia, but when you steal from a store in Florida, and especially our county, Polk County, you go to jail or juvenile lockup. Then he asked management. He said, oh, don't press charges. Well, too late for that as well, because this is not kids stealing bubble gum that need a little coaching. This is organized retail crime by juveniles of all people. So then the coach turns on us and says, I can't believe y'all don't have anything better to do. Well, we had other things to do, but the number one thing we had to do was arrest a bunch of football players stealing. Now think about it. The rest of the team's doing what's right, and they're back preparing for the game. And these 8 guys ruined it for all the rest of the team and the kids. That's why I call them the thoroughbred thieves. They lost the game that night, 26-6 to Cocoa. That team did what was right. Oh, by the way, this 8 weren't on the field. They were in lockup.
Yeah, so these are 14 and 15-year-olds, and I think, yeah, if we all look back to when we were 14 and 15, we made some stupid decisions for sure, but there's so many different layers to this. Let's go over some of the things that were stolen. Do you remember? I have a list in case you don't have the list of things that were stolen.
I don't have the list with me, but I know that there were jackets, there were clothes, there were a lot of different things, and some of them were very expensive, but altogether they added up to be over $2,200.
Yeah, and there had to be some thought process through all of this. I mean, it didn't kind of happen out of the blue for them to take the Uber over. as I understand it, they like split up into two groups to come in and do this. So I'm seeing like Nike men's fleece hoodies, beanies, a watch hat, running jackets, wristband, a lip guard, football gloves, turf tape, a football shield, and just so much more. Again, like you said, that totaled up to, there's even underwear on the list here, that totaled up to over $2,000. So, you wonder why they did what they did. I would like to ask you, did it seem like the kids understood the weight of the situation? These are felony retail theft charges, is that right?
Absolutely. There are two different charges: conspiracy to commit organized retail crime theft and grand theft. And yes, they understood what they were doing. They were very well coordinated, and none of them wanted to talk to us. Well, we don't need you to talk to us. We've got it all on videotape. And that's what I don't understand in this day and age. Every place you go, you're on camera. So we've got great camera footage. We also have our deputies who caught them in the act, as well as store security. So the bottom line to it is, I want to know, where was the adult supervision? And then when adult supervision got there, the coach, then he tried to make excuses and talk them out of it, as opposed to holding them accountable. That's not adult leadership.
Yeah, and I guess, obviously, I haven't spoken with the coach. I don't know their line of thinking, but I know that coaches sometimes are like a first or second father to a lot of young men, and maybe they looked at accountability differently, that accountability could have been outside of the legal system. None of these kids had prior criminal arrest histories here. So what happens next for them?
Sure. In our system, we have a forgiving criminal justice system when you make mistakes. When you do an intentional act, there's consequences. Now, they won't be sent to a program or in lockup for 6 months or a year because this is their first event in Florida. But they may very well receive probation. They will receive the community service and work. They may have to pay back the cash for what they did. There will be consequences and accountability. And that's the problem in many places across the United States. There's not accountability and consequences. And if there's not, then the kids think, well, it's okay to do it if I'm not held accountable. Well, they are in Florida and they are in our county. So at the end of the day, we want them to grow up to be thriving, prosperous young men. And that starts with being responsible for your actions.
I certainly think that sentiment is true, however you see getting to that point here. So do they have to come back to Florida to face these charges, or do they do it from Philadelphia?
Oh, no, they'll get to come back. They're going to make another trip to the Sunshine State. This time, they need not to think about stealing stuff. They need to think about retribution. They need to think about making sure that they do what's right and they pay back for their transgression in the state of Florida.
Yeah. So the coach said in an interview that I saw, it ruined a good thing for the entire team. And you kind of intimated the same thing there. I think the overall situation, their choices that these young men made and the overall situation ruined a good thing. It should have been a good moment, a good memory for so many people on the team. Did you get to talk to any of these young men? I mean, again, outside of the perspective of you're going to lock up, but as to the lessons that they need to learn from this situation?
Yeah, this is a very large sheriff's office. We're over 2,000 employees, so I don't get to engage in the individual arrest. But the reality is simply this: that 8 kids ruined it for the rest of those wonderful kids that wanted to come down here and play football and win a national championship in this league. That 8 kids ruined it. They need to be held accountable not only by the criminal justice system here, but they need to be held accountable at the league level. I'm not sure that that's going to occur based upon what the coach was doing and the way he was acting, and then he turned on us like, that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess again, if you're a coach, you're fighting for your team, and especially for these young men not to have, if they have not had a criminal history before, not to end up with a criminal history, regardless of the situation, whether it was right or wrong. I'm not saying whether it was right or wrong, but I could see a coach fighting for these young men not to end up with criminal charges and maybe to address it some other way. So, what do you think? Some of the lessons for young people who are watching this situation. I mean, we have young kids who are in, a lot of youth sports in Chicago that are that head down to Florida every year for these championship games, or from any other part of the country. If you're speaking to young kids who are coming down for these championship games each year, what do you say to them?
Well, I tell them we welcome them in the state of Florida. We're excited for them to come here. We believe in youth sports. We work heavily and diligently in youth sports to offer kids the opportunity to improve and to teach life lessons. But the reality is you've got to obey the law. You've got to follow the law. You've got to do what's right for your teammates and for the community. And believe you me, if you come here and violate the law, this is Florida. We will hold you accountable and responsible. So don't do it. Come here, have a good time. We'll make sure there's an environment for you to have a good time. Our crime is at a 53-year low here because we don't suffer criminals gladly. So you'll come here, you'll be safe, you'll have fun, and don't do what these 8 kids did and ruin it for the rest of the team.
Yeah. Sheriff Judd, have you ever had an instance like this during the championship weekend, or anything that kind of rose to this level? I think that obviously in a generation where we have social media and we have the ability to Zoom with you from Florida, obviously things go a lot further, a lot faster. But have you had another situation like this in that particular weekend?
I don't know that I have ever seen where that many kids got in trouble at one time. Oh, occasionally there's kids that make wrong decisions, but never a coordinated effort by that many people. I've not seen that before. And this is not a small county. Our county's almost 1 million people, and we're right in the heart of Central Florida, between Tampa and Orlando. So we entertain and have a lot of sports teams that come here because we do a lot with our community and with our children, and we welcome people from throughout the United States. We want them to come here and have a good time. It's safe here. That's why people like to come here. But we don't suffer criminals gladly.
Yeah, and have you heard from your office? Have you all heard from the business owner?
Do you know the business is a large professional sporting goods store?
Right.
And we have an organized retail crime task force that works with not only them, but with all of the big box stores. And there's zero tolerance here. If you're caught stealing, you get arrested, you either go to jail or you go to juvenile lockup. There's zero tolerance. And then we let the criminal justice system sort it out after that. You can't beat the ride in Polk County.
Yeah, I just wondered, what their ongoing situation is, because so many businesses, that line of losing merchandise is very slim for them. The margin is very slim for them in terms of what they lose versus how that gets transferred over to all the rest of us who love shopping in a Dick's Sporting Goods. So I wondered if this was an ongoing type of thing that they have to face, this was a situation that they came to you all to say, hey, no, it's gone too far.
Well, here's the issue. This Dick's Sporting Goods, and they're very professional and really a remarkable place to shop, is right on the interstate. So sometimes people think they can jump off the interstate, still jump back on the interstate and take off. So as a result of that, there's very robust security in and around all of the businesses on the what we call the I-4 corridor, the Interstate 4 corridor. Dick's does a remarkable job. My deputies were actually in the parking lot when the call came in because we heavily patrol, especially during the Christmas time, because we want everyone safe and to feel safe so that they can shop with the merchants. And as you say, they can't absorb the shrinkage. So when somebody steals, you and I pay for it.
Yeah, that is how it goes. And unfortunately for these young men, some lessons are harder than others. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
All right, may God bless you. Merry Christmas.
Same to you as well. It's 1:16, everyone. Let's take a quick break. $118, everyone. Let's take you to a heartwarming scene. 'Tis the season for some good deeds, and this is one of them right here. The Chicago Bears partnering with the Salvation Army for a special community meal event featuring players serving up some warm holiday meals to families, some seniors, clients of the Salvation Army there. And you can see a lot of folks who are coming through that line. So wonderful to see that so many people are getting fed, both inside and on the outside. Just a good feeling as well. The Bears are sponsoring the event with a $5,000 to $10,000 donation as well. And the meal there is catered by Smoke Barbecue. So good to see some teamwork going to good use on and off the field there. Speaking of teamwork, there is a partnership in Evanston to try to mitigate the rat population. I know, from bears to rats, but you got to talk about them here. I want to bring in Dr. Maureen Murray with the Lincoln Park Zoo's Urban Wildlife Institute to talk a little bit about this new pilot program to fight back against rats. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so explain to me how you ended up teaming up with the city of Evanston.
Yes, absolutely. So we've been partnering with a few different organizations in Chicago as well as Evanston to see whether we can use contraception to manage rats in a way that lets us move away from rat poison. I've been studying urban wildlife at Lincoln Park Zoo's Urban Wildlife Institute since 2017, and as part of that, a lot of work has been focused on rats because, of course, everybody is talking about rat issues a lot. And over the years, we've found that other animals like raccoons, skunks, opossums, even feral cats can be exposed to rat poison when we put it out on the landscape to manage rats. And so we were approached by a company called Wisdom Good Bites, or Wisdom Good Works, sorry, that makes a product called Good Bites. And if the rats eat the Good Bites every 30 days, they stop reproducing temporarily. And so we're trying to see whether this product can be a viable alternative to rat poison. And Evanston, the city of Evanston reached out to us because they were interested in finding a more sustainable approach to managing rats. And so we're partnering with them, with Wisdom Good Works, as well as the North Shore Mosquito Abatement District that's doing a lot of the hands-on work to monitor rats and monitor the success of this project.
Did they talk about how bad the problem is there in Evanston? Of course, we know Chicago was just recently dethroned by Los Angeles as being the rattiest American city. So are we thinking like all the rats just kind of went up to Evanston or something? And I'm playing. I know that didn't happen, but still, how big is the problem?
Yeah, like most cities in the United States, like they have their fair share of rat issues. People routinely complain about rats. It's an issue in terms of people's quality of life, running into rats in their alleys, when they're taking out the garbage, things like that. And so while they're not making, the rattiest cities list at the top like Chicago's was, they definitely want to find a more sustainable and long-term solution for rat issues in Evanston.
Mm-hmm. And you were mentioning some of the other animals that end up being harmed sometimes by rat poison. I see here that there were some owls that were killed. Can you talk a little bit about that? They were at Lincoln Park Zoo?
Yeah, they were in the neighborhood of Lincoln Park. They were at North Pond. There was a family of great horned owls that was really beloved by the community. There was a father owl, mother owl, baby owl. Everyone was coming out and taking pictures. And then in 2024, one by one, all of the owls died, and they got tested, and they tested positive for rat poison. And so that was considered the cause of death. And it's really heartbreaking because people really rallied around the idea that owls can persist even in big cities. And the fact that they died of rat poison sort of underlined how wildlife in cities, they face these health challenges from living around us and from living around the ways that we have to manage pests. And so finding a way that we can reduce rat populations while not putting poison out in the environment is really a win for people and also a win for wildlife.
What types of things does rat poison do to another animal's body?
Yeah, great question. So people buy rat poison at the hardware store. They put it out thinking it's sort of like a quick fix, and they usually don't really think about, what is this poison actually doing? And when we talk about rat poison, we're typically talking about anticoagulant rodenticides. That's sort of the formal name. And the anticoagulant part of that name means that it kills rats by stopping their blood from clotting. And the same thing happens when other animals get exposed to rat poisons. That includes a raccoon that finds rat bait and eats it because it's designed to taste good. But it also applies to animals like owls that eat lots of rats that have poison in their system. So even when urban wildlife like owls are doing things that help us, like eating our rats, they're also accumulating those toxins in their systems. And that's what kills them ultimately, unfortunately.
Wow. Oh, I feel so bad. Not that I put the rat poison out there, but you just feel bad. So you've seen the pilot program work in other areas. I would assume to try to do it yourselves. What was the reaction? What was the turnaround time? What are some of the stats that you found when it's been used in other places?
Yes, great question. So the company, Wisdom Good Works, has used these pellets in a variety of other settings, including farms, wildlife rescue centers. They even did a pilot project in Boston in the Jamaica Plain neighborhood on just a small sort of 2-block section. And so what we're doing in Chicago and Evanston is slightly different. We started the pilot program in Lincoln Park in August. In partnership with the Chicago Bird Alliance, which was really inspired by that family of owls and wanting to find a better way. So since August, we've been monitoring these rats very closely using cameras at the feeding stations where we have the pellets. And the good news is that the rats have really taken to the pellets. They eat a lot of them, and we're seeing a lot of visits into the feeding stations. And crucially, we're not seeing any visits from other animals into the feeding stations because we don't want, to replace one thing that affects wildlife with just another product that's going to affect wildlife. So it's great that the rats are eating the pellets. It's great that the rats have learned to use the feeding stations. And it's great that other animals aren't getting in the feeding stations. We're still sort of going through all of the footage and data to see whether rat activity is actually going down over the course of the project. But these projects are both going to last for 12 months. And so we're hoping to track, as rats learn to eat the pellets, they'll sort of be more active around the feeding stations. Then we're hoping to see after a couple of months that rats, start to tail off as they're having fewer and fewer babies. There are fewer and fewer rats around. And then we're hoping that that lower level of rats will stay like that for 6 months. So we know that this is a more long-term solution.
Okay, it's 1:26, so I'm assuming most of our viewers are adults. So is this like if they don't come back and they miss something, that like a missed pill?
Yeah, are they tracking their daily dose? Yeah. So it's a little bit like that. It's a little bit of an analogy with like human birth control in the sense that they had to eat the pellets on a regular basis, but it's different because it's not based on hormones, for one thing. It's based on a plant extract rather than a hormone. And the other thing that makes it a little bit different is that the rats have to eat the pellets every 30 days for it to have an effect. And so we love to see that the rats are eating lots of pellets, but if the feeders go empty for a day, that's totally fine. We just need the rats to eat every month or so, and it'll have an effect.
Gotcha. And then if they eat it, or let's say some other type of animal does go to the feeding station and eat it, would it have the same effect on them, like where they wouldn't be able to have babies?
Yeah, so the concentration of the active ingredient is actually very low in those pellets because rats have such a small body. Well, I'm going to say small. They seem very big, don't they, when you see rats around town? But they're smaller than other animals, like a dog or a raccoon or whatever. And so the dose is low in the sense that if a rat eats a couple of pellets, great. If a dog finds it or a raccoon eats it, it would have to eat way, way, way more pellets to get the same amount of effect. So that's one thing that makes it a little bit safer. The other thing that makes it safer is that it doesn't accumulate in rats the same way that rat poison does. So if coyotes or owls, if they eat rats that have eaten these pellets, it's not going to accumulate in their system the way that a rat poison would. And so overall, it's a lot safer for other animals, or thought to be a lot safer for other animals than rat poison. But we're still making sure that the pellets are in stations that keep other animals out because we don't want to, introduce any risks unnecessarily.
Right.
The other thing I should mention is that it is birth control rather than a sterilant. And so if an animal, say, did get into the pellets, it would be a temporary effect. It wouldn't be like permanently changing them or something.
Very interesting stuff here. And so I see you all are going to be doing a webinar. Who's invited to the webinar, and what is the message you're trying to get across?
Yes, we're having a webinar tonight at 6:30 on Zoom, and so everybody's welcome to learn more. I mean, residents of Evanston especially, to learn about the program, but everyone. People in Chicago, we're not gonna ask people where they live. So everyone's welcome to come learn more about the program and what we're trying to do. If they just Google Evanston Rat Webinar, they'll find our flyer with a link. And so I'll be presenting on sort of the organization of the project and what kind of data we're going to be collecting and the goals of the project. Dr. Loretta Meyer from Wisdom GoodWorks will be presenting about what exactly is in these pellets and how do they work. And some representatives from the city of Evanston will be there too to introduce the project and let everybody know what a great opportunity this is.
Do you get any pushback from animal rights, or I don't know if there is a rat advocate group, but if there's some type of group that that would push back, have you gotten some of that feedback that maybe won't agree with this?
Thankfully not. I think people are recognizing that if this works, it's actually sort of a win-win outcome where it's way better for rat welfare. So if you were a rat advocate, I think those people would embrace, like, rather than being poisoned to death, instead we're just, having fewer babies. Wildlife advocates are really like excited about this product because, as I said, it's a way to reduce rat populations without accidentally poisoning other wildlife. So it's a win for rat welfare, it's a win for wildlife. And then for people, there isn't a lot of evidence that rat poison actually works to control rat populations over the long term, right? Like almost every city uses it. Basically, no cities have gotten rid of their rats. And so I think for people, if this turns out to be an actual sustainable way to keep rat populations low without them rebounding back all the time, like you see with rat poison, it's also a win for people and public health. So a win for animal welfare, a win for wildlife health, and a win for public health.
Well, I hope you put some feeders right around our building. Cut down on the population right here. Thank you so much for your time today, Dr. Murray. We appreciate it. And please keep us updated.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, about 1:32, everybody. We'll be right back. It's just about 1:34 right now. I'm getting a text from my mother like, y'all got rats over there? We were just talking about the rat contraception before we went to break. Let's move on with our program now. Get the rats out of our brains here. And, a lot of people are going to be looking up to the sky instead of the ground and trying to see if you can catch a geomagnetic storm today. Rob Steenberg, who's a space scientist with NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center, is joining me to talk a little bit about what's going to be happening and whether we might be able to catch a bit of it ourselves. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hi, you're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right. So what is going to be happening?
Well, we are expecting the arrival of a blob from the sun. This blob of the solar atmosphere travels through interplanetary space and is expected to arrive at Earth and interact with Earth in such a way that it disturbs Earth's magnetic field. And that disturbance then leads to lots of different phenomena, including the aurora.
How rare is this?
It's not really rare at all. Storms of the magnitude that we're forecasting happen about 3% of the time over an 11-year solar cycle. So it's not super rare for this level, and lower level storms can happen up to 22% of the time. So this is not out of the ordinary.
What do those percentages break down to for, like, does it happen multiple times a year, or do we have to wait a few years before we see it again? How does that break down?
Well, it breaks down over, for instance, for the strong storms, over an 11-year solar cycle. So you think of 11 years, it'll happen 130 days within that time period.
Wow, 130 days within 11 years. And there's no set, like, every 12 months or every 6 months.
No. What you'll see is, because the solar cycle is roughly 11 years, and we go through a solar maximum, and you see it come up, and that's when you have a preponderance of sunspots. During that time, these opportunities are more frequent, and then what will happen is, as time goes by and we come down off the solar cycle maximum towards minimum, you still have these storms, but they become less frequent. And so we're just coming off of what we believe we're just coming off of the maximum now. So we're still in a period of relatively high activity.
Mm-hmm. And then if you're going to try to see it, is there like a best place to go, a best time to try to see it?
Yes. So some things you want to consider if you're looking for the aurora. Obviously, you don't want any cloud cover. So if you have clear skies, that's a plus. If you can get away from city lights, the further you are away from that kind of ground light pollution, the more the aurora is going to stand out. The times when it's good also have to do with the moon illumination. So, during a full moon, the moon's going to be putting out a lot of reflected light that's going to make it more difficult to see. So in a new moon, you've got a nice dark sky to work with. So there are some things that can help in that regard.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, time-wise, is it, I mean, obviously it starts to get dark here pretty early now. So time-wise, when do you need to try to be in that space?
Well, it really depends on the arrival of the storm and the characteristics associated with the storm, of how quickly it spins up activity. In some cases, you can see an immediate response when this thing reaches Earth's magnetic field, and so you can start spinning up the aurora fairly quickly. In other cases, it takes a few hours for things to really get going. But darkness is the key piece there. This storm so far appears to be a little behind schedule, so our confidence is starting to wane a little bit. We've seen some indications of the solar wind that we've had transient features passing, but we haven't seen the signature that we're looking for yet. And we've got a satellite about 1 million miles from Earth that gives us indications of what's happening with the solar wind. And you can kind of think of that like a buoy out in the ocean.
So when you say behind schedule, are there things that could happen to keep it from being seen at all?
Well, one of the issues is trying to ascertain the magnitude, how strong this thing's going to be, is really difficult. And there's not a lot of tools yet that we have to help us do that. And consequently, sometimes we can forecast the arrival of a strong storm and we may get a minor storm. In worst cases, we don't get any storm. In other cases, we can forecast a strong storm and get one that's severe. So a lot of it just has to do with the characteristics. We've got new missions out there trying to help us learn more about the sun and to better be able to get a grasp of the strength of these things when they happen. But that's still the beauty of space weather, is so much of the science. There's still so much for us to learn.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Okay, so would a storm like this affect anything in everyday life?
So for the most part, with the exception of the aurora, which is really the only kind of visible manifestation of space weather you have, you shouldn't notice a lot. It can affect things in your everyday life depending on what your everyday life involves. Sometimes, for instance, if you're a pilot or a passenger on an aircraft, things may need to happen and change based on space weather impacts. Or if you're a farmer and you're planting and you're using precision agriculture and tractors that are guided by GPS, these storms can affect GPS and make your tractor wander off. And those things have happened. And so there are situations where, depending on what line of work you're involved in, you may see things. But in general, day-to-day, people walking around won't see these things. The people who are working to mitigate the impacts of this across a whole bunch of different sectors.
That would be so mysterious to have my tractor out there and all of a sudden it starts moving in a different direction.
Yeah, and that can be a real impact. I mean, precision agriculture is a big deal. And, to feed a planet with as many people on it as ours has, it's important to be able to do things down to the centimeter level. So it's really amazing, some of the things you learn about in this line of work and what people are doing with technology.
Mm-hmm. What still marvels you about a geomagnetic storm? I mean, obviously you've seen several, so what still marvels you about them?
Well, I think, just watching them evolve and seeing, how they go through the cycle of strengthening and weakening, the fact that you can have multiple eruptions from the sun that gang up, that ball up into this big ball of magnetism that comes through Earth. They're just I can't even tell you how many different aspects of this job are still awe-inducing for me, which is awesome to come to work every day to a place like that. But other things I think about are like the level or the layer of our atmosphere that reflects radio waves, the ionosphere. I'm a ham radio operator, and the impacts that these storms have on that is always amazing to me too.
Mm-hmm. And what are things that you would still like to learn, even at this point in your career, when these things happen?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I mean, if I could tell you, as this thing comes off the sun, and it looks beautiful. I mean, these things just explode into space, and we have the imagery that shows us that. If I could know what that's going to do in terms of the magnetic strength and its orientation when it gets to Earth, and how then that's going to play out as a storm, if I could do a better job of forecasting the intensities of these things, it would be marvelous. It would be just fantastic to me. And even, backing up a few steps, if I can see before the sunspot even emerges that there's an area that we should be interested in and watch emerge, it would be remarkable. And I've been pretty lucky. I mean, I've seen some, in the 17 years I've been doing this, I've seen some massive, kind of forward movement in our abilities to understand and forecast this stuff. But there's still more to do. There's a lot more.
I'm sure. And if people, I mean, we here in our area, the weather's supposed to be deteriorating throughout the evening. Does that mean that we probably won't get this shot? Or how long could we possibly, like when we have the Northern Lights, you have a few days or so that you might be able to capture it. How long would we have to see something like this?
So in general, when these things arrive, if it's a single one, we'll say, okay, this thing might persist for 24 hours or so. Like I said, our confidence is kind of going down the longer we're waiting for this thing to show up. So it might not be a bad thing, that the weather's off today for you, because there will be other opportunities. But in general, this one, we expected this one to be isolated. So, a 24-hour from onset. There's a couple other ones out there heading this way, but they're not they're not the direct hit that this one was expected to be. They're more kind of passing Earth either ahead or behind Earth. And those generally don't play out as spectacularly. So yeah, I think the odds are not great. And so that the fact that the weather on Earth is not favorable for this, that's okay, because like I said, there'll be more opportunities.
All right. Well, we'll wait and see what happens from here. Thank you so much for joining me today and kind of sharing your passion. I love to see what gets people passionate. Thank you for sharing your passion with us.
It was my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. You take care. It's 1:46. Let's take a quick break. 1:50 right now. We want to take you to Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. Senate leadership on the Democratic side speaking right now. That is Senator Chuck Schumer. Let's listen in.
Their bill is junk insurance. It's been repudiated in the past. The American people will repudiate it once again because it is junk insurance that puts the burden on people. We should call it what it is: misdirection, smoke and mirrors, a cover-up, blocking the ACA tax credits that keep health care costs down. Our bill keeps premiums down. Their chaos sends premiums up. Republicans have 48 hours to choose. Join Democrats and stop the spike, or stick millions of Americans with higher costs. This is their last chance before January 1st, when the American people have to pay these bills. Now, finally, this afternoon, Secretaries Hegseth and Rubio and top officials will brief the Gang of Eight, and I'll be there. I plan to confront Secretary Hegseth on exactly what the hell is going on in the Caribbean. I plan to demand Secretary Hegseth give the total, unedited videos of what happened in the September 2nd boat strikes. Trump originally agreed to do this, but now they're afraid. What's Hegseth hiding? And second, I will demand of Rubio and Hegseth what the hell is going on in the Caribbean and in Venezuela. What are their plans? How far do they plan to go? Trump has already talked about Venezuela waters and even going attacking Venezuela on land. How far do they intend to go? And when Trump says these crazy things, does he really mean them? And will he drag America into an endless war? It's about getting truth for the American people. The American people are entitled to see the unedited videos. Last week, Trump said he'd have no problem releasing the videos. Then yesterday, he walked back his statement, claiming he said it was fake news. You know, this guy's amazing. He said it. It's on the air. Millions saw it. Now he says it's fake news, even though he said it. It means he's a fake. Let's be clear. The only way to bring clarity is to release the full unedited tapes. That's why the NDA included a provision requiring the Pentagon to hand the tapes over. If they don't, Pete Hegseth's travel budget gets slashed 25%. And this proposal had the support of Democrats and Republicans, including Wicker, including Republicans in the House and Senate. It shows you that both parties are united that these videos ought to be released so the American people can see them. Congress is united in demanding transparency. I strongly support this provision, fought to keep it in the bill. Trump, Hegseth, Rubio must do the right thing. And they all must release the tapes and tell the American people the truth the people deserve to hear. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Leader. So, unless the Senate and the House act this week, in a few days, millions of Americans are going to face a god-awful choice. Do they pay thousands more to keep my health care, or do I take the risk of going without? Democrats have offered a simple solution. Let's extend the tax credits without making changes at the 11th hour. After that, let's see where we can work together to make the health care system better. Late last night, Republicans in the Senate revealed their alternative. Increase insurance premiums by thousands of dollars and deductibles by thousands more, and give people a snake oil alternative, a savings account. And they don't even do anything about criminal penalties for fraudsters the way we do. I'm going to use two examples to illustrate how disconnected the Republican plan is from the reality that Americans face. First, imagine a woman nearing Medicare age who's battling breast cancer. She's going to have another round of chemo in January, so she needs to sign up by next week. Crumbs in a savings account are not going to do much for her. Maybe she'll find out as we go that we have a better alternative. We're also going to imagine a young couple planning to start a family next year. Giving birth costs thousands and thousands of dollars, and they want to be prepared with the right insurance plan. Looking at the current premiums for a plan that covers their hospital stay isn't going to do much for them. These are two examples of the kitchen table conversations that are happening right now as Americans sign up for insurance. The Republicans offer crumbs in terms of insurance company profiteering and snake oil. To make matters worse, their proposal is riddled with ideological trophies like anti-abortion language. It shows that once again, Republicans weren't interested in compromise. Later this week, Americans will have the opportunity to see whose side senators are on.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. It might be helpful just to take this conversation out of Washington and invite you down to Georgia, where I'm hearing from constituents every day what this is going to mean for them right now. I heard just a few days ago from one of my constituents, a single mother with 4 children, who gets her insurance through the Affordable Care Act exchange. And her medication costs $20,000 per dose. She needs 4 doses per year. Her premiums are about to go up by 500%. I heard from another constituent a few days ago, a woman in her early 60s who waits tables for a living, who's fighting breast cancer. She needs chemo monthly. Her premiums are now going to be $500 per month. She can't afford it. She's going to have to give up her insurance in the middle of chemotherapy while she's fighting breast cancer. What are people supposed to do when they lose health insurance in the middle of a cancer battle? What are parents supposed to do who already can't make ends meet, who are going to see their premiums go up 500% when they need life-saving medicine that without insurance costs $80,000 per year? So in this building, maybe it's about the politics, but in the real world and in Georgia, this is life or death. 500,000 Georgians are projected to lose their insurance altogether. Millions more will see huge increases in their health insurance premiums. My constituents cannot afford this. Some of my constituents cannot survive this. And so I'm calling on our Republican colleagues to put politics aside. It is almost Christmas. It's almost the holiday season. We should let our care and concern and goodwill for our constituents motivate us and guide us in these next few days. There's an opportunity on Thursday to come together and prove to the American people that no matter how divided we seem, we can unite to prevent these catastrophic increases in health insurance premiums. Thank you all.
So as a part of the ongoing Jedi mind trick from this president, he this week made the absolutely incredible statement that the affordability crisis that Americans are feeling at their tables every single day is a part of a Democratic hoax. I can tell you what the true hoax is. It's a scam, and it's a hoax. You don't have to tell Americans about a hoax. The ones who recognize that they cannot afford their utility bills, the same ones who this Christmas season and holiday season are shopping, and they experience for themselves how unaffordable it's becoming in this country. The same ones who are now sitting at their kitchen tables, people like my aging parents, both of whom are dealing with life-threatening illnesses, who look at their Medicare and look at all of their premiums and recognize the escalating cost of health care in this country. And so the Jedi mind trick that continues to want Americans to believe that somehow affordability is not an issue is really, it's really, really sad. But this week, we have a chance to provide relief from the looming health care crisis that's threatening millions of American families. Now, let's be clear. This could have been resolved months ago, but Republicans refuse to do so. Americans are already struggling under the weight of increased cost of living, and everything is more expensive, especially in this holiday season. And this health care crisis is only making things worse. Democrats know this because we've been listening, have been saying to us. We know the strain that this is putting on families, and we've been fighting to lower health care costs. But we've come up against a roadblock. These Republicans who are in control.
Okay, we've been listening in there to several Democratic senators who have been speaking about the looming premiums that could rise in the new year for the Affordable Care Act if it is not renewed or in some way revisited in some kind of way. That is Senator Angela Brooks of Maryland. We also heard from John Ossoff, senator from Georgia, Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, and it began with leader Chuck Schumer, who talked about the health insurance issues there, of course, that led to the government shutdown and why Democrats were holding things up there. He called what Senate Republicans are working on right now junk insurance, their proposal that they're working on to put forth before the end of the month, and that they're looking to block ACA credits, and he says that it's going to amount to chaos. But he also talked about confronting Defense Secretary or War Secretary Pete Hegseth in a meeting that is happening later on this afternoon. And this will be on the boat strikes that have been happening in the Caribbean and Venezuela. And he says that he is asking and will be pushing this afternoon for the total unedited video of what took place, especially with the last strike where it appears there's been so much contention as to whether there were two strikes and whether there were two people who survived that first strike that then were taken out in that second strike. So there's a lot going on there. Again, Senate Republicans are working on their own proposal, and some that kind of want some tweaks to Obamacare going into the new year, and some that say scrap the whole thing and let's start something anew there to get back to pre-pandemic levels of spending for the federal government. That's what's happening there in Washington, D.C. Want to bring things back here closer to home. There's a lot going on at City Hall, and we want to bring in our political reporter to talk about it. So, Paris, thank you. We know that you're busy. There are three main things that I want to talk about. Let's start with the budget. We saw the mayor come back in front of everyone this morning with a press conference, kind of doubling down on the corporate head tax.
Yeah, but basically saying he's going to compromise now and make it apply to bigger companies. So those with 500 employees or more, and then he would charge them $33 per head instead of $21, which I believe was the initial proposal for companies with 100 or more. So that's a compromise aimed at saying, look, we don't want to hit the small businesses, so we're just going to make sure it's the really big corporations that can afford this. And that could get him a few more votes for his budget. You know, right now they're in a standoff, and he doesn't have the 25 votes that he would need. But we spoke just a second ago with Alderman Hopkins, who said he's really about 4 or 5 votes short of that. So, you know, the log rolling and the arm twisting over the next few days could produce those extra votes and avoid a city government shutdown.
We certainly don't want to see a citywide government shutdown, but we'll look to see more on that. Also, the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, now threatening to pull funds from the CTA. Talk a little bit more about what's going on there.
Well, the Federal Transportation Administration basically said that they're going to pull funds unless something isn't done about crime on the CTA, unless there aren't more uniformed officers and resources going to bring down crime on the CTA. The mayor's response to that is to sort of consult the legal department in the city to say, can the federal government legally do that? If this is money earmarked already federally for the CTA, you know, there have been court cases in the past that have basically ruled that the federal government cannot just withhold funds for reasons like this. So that's what the mayor's office is attempting to do right now. But, you know, they also brought up the point that the mass transit bill that just passed in Springfield basically calls for more uniformed officers and more safety measures to be taken on the CTA. So it calls for a lot of the things that the Transportation Administration is talking about.
And this wouldn't be the first time that the federal government has looked specifically at Illinois and Chicago to say we're going to pull funds if.
Yeah, they did it. Well, they did in the first Trump administration and the second Trump administration in terms of pulling public safety grants because of the city sanctuary status. And courts ruled over and over that that's not a legal mechanism by the federal government to do that. Just because they don't like, an ordinance that's on the book, they can't pull federal funding that's already been allocated and voted on by Congress. So it would appear that this is kind of similar to that, which is why the mayor is saying today we're just going to, we're considering our options here with the law department. But again, proponents of this transit bill, this $1.5 billion bill, will say like that is one of the points of this bill is to amp up public safety, on these trains, more cameras, more ambassadors, more uniformed officers to make sure things like that loop burning incident don't happen again.
Mm-hmm. And that is really what they addressed in their letter, specifically talking about the young woman who was on the train, who had gasoline thrown on her and who was lit on fire. But there are bigger issues there in terms, like you said, of the funding and where that would come from to get more cameras or to get more police officers actually on these trains when you already have an issue with how many police officers or vacancies there are right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a separate detail called the transit police, which that might be what this state budget calls for. I mean, it calls for more resources and money to be spent on this kind of thing. So it could be a separate pot of money than the police, and it could be specifically transit police that are under the purview of the transit authority. I mean, you'll see, cars go around the city that say transit detail, and so that's a separate agency. Metra has its own police detail. So my guess is it would come out of that, not necessarily the general police force.
Okay, and then on a final note here, I want to talk to you about the SNAP curfew. I know that was the topic of discussion for you and Alderman Hopkins. Tell us some of the things that you all went over.
Well, Alderman Hopkins just today has introduced and finalized a new ordinance he's calling the time and place curfew. And he says this is not a SNAP curfew, but it works similarly in that it would give police the ability to declare roving curfews depending on teen gatherings getting out of hand, but it would mandate that the police decide on this with 12 hours advance notice. The SNAP curfew law gave a half an hour advance notice. So Hopkins said he went back and revised it. He saw the opposition and he said, okay, well, we'll do it so that there's 12 hours advance notice. And a lot of times he says the police know within 12 hours that some big event might attract a crowd of teens. And so it'll give the police the option to declare a curfew, but they would have to give the 12-hour notice here. And he is introducing that today.
And some people would look at it and say, why are we talking about this in the winter months? I think there are a couple of things that maybe he would point to, and the first would be what happened after the Christmas tree lighting. Yeah. But then also the fact that it seems like we do keep having this discussion right as the summer begins, which is almost too late for anything to really happen.
You're right. You bring up a great point. I mean, by the time these discussions happen in the summer, things are well in motion and everyone's outside. And you're also right about the fact that the Christmas tree lighting was the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of why Hopkins decided to go back and reintroduce this SNAP curfew, or this time and place curfew. That was alarming. The fact that there were so many people downtown and that people knew, he said officers had ample notice that this could happen. And so he says if this law was on the books, they could have stopped it. They would have given the 12-hour notice and they would have instituted that roving curfew.
Yeah. Did you talk to him, though, I mean, whether it's SNAP curfew, time and place curfew, about the pushback from this, people who will say there is a curfew on the books anyhow, and even the Christmas tree lighting situation would have been after the hours of that curfew if it was actually enforced.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of alders have brought up the point that the police have the tools right now to break up these gatherings. Although I think the difference is that sometimes without this curfew tool, it could be dangerous for the police to try and go up and break something up that it starts to maybe get violent, as opposed to doing something proactively, giving the 12 hours notice and saying, all right, there's going to be a curfew starting at 8, on State Street for kids under 18 if they're unaccompanied. And that just gives them the point. Alderman Hopkins says is to dissuade the gathering from happening to begin with, because now the word will go out that there's a curfew now and you could get arrested if you're unaccompanied and you're in the Loop or you're on State Street or you're on Millennium Park at this hour. And it would last for 4 hours maximum. So he's hoping that it acts as a deterrent, as opposed to like having the police have to go up and go in and break up a group, because it could be dangerous. If there's 100 teenagers, you don't know who's armed. It could be mob action, and it could be dangerous for the police. And this is more of a preventative measure.
Yeah, and so much conversation about the police, law enforcement in general, because we were speaking about other aspects of law enforcement when it comes to even the CTA. But from this standpoint, CPD. But I remember when Alderman Hopkins was bringing up the SNAP curfew over the past summer, there was this question as to what is the opinion of CPD in all of this? Are they backing it or are they not?
It's confusing because he says that he's talked to Police Superintendent Snelling, who said he would support this and he would use it responsibly if it was instituted. But then Snelling kind of issued a public statement backtracking that a bit. My guess is because, the superintendent and the mayor do not want to be seen as being apart, on an issue of public safety. The superintendent's role is to support the mayor, to support the agenda. And so Hopkins says, no, he's talked to me, says he likes this idea and he would use it and it would help him. But then he went out and said, no, I'm not wading into this whole debate. This is for the policymakers. But you'd have to, we talked to Eddie Johnson and Gary McCarthy about this kind of thing, who have supported this and say, yeah, this is another tool. We would certainly welcome it if we had this tool available to us. So you'd have to think that the consensus in law enforcement is this is a good idea from their perspective. But, the mayor has a different kind of perspective on this. And he has from the beginning that, more policing or harsher policing or penalizing kids for going out and running around in the city isn't going to solve the problem, when the problem is, kids that don't have other things to do, kids that don't have good mentorship or good resources. And that has always been the mayor's approach. He's been consistent on that. So that's where the divide comes down.
Yeah, and then he has to also look at the issue of lawsuits to the city as well, and how much that could end up costing.
Right, and I mean, groups like the ACLU and this Northwestern professor Sheila Beatty have talked about, well, we're going to sue. This is violates First Amendment rights of speech and of assembly, and that's where Hopkins said, and he went back and he said, well, that's why I'm going to do this on a 12-hour warning basis instead of a half an hour. We're going to give you 12 hours, and that should be ample time to warn somebody and to say, like, this isn't just arbitrarily taking away your First Amendment rights.
Yeah. Okay, let's go over some time frames on these things. So Alderman Hopkins is going to be introducing that when, and when do things move? What's the timeline there?
Well, he just went public with it with us today, an exclusive with us. So he'll probably introduce it at the next city council meeting, which then means it's got to go through the whole process of going into committee and having hearings, being voted out of committee. And, it would be an uphill climb, he acknowledges, because the mayor did oppose the SNAP curfew. But he's hoping that with the budget, the mayor occupied with the budget, maybe he could sneak this through right now and get some more alders on board.
Yeah, and then for CTA, it looks like some of the deadlines for the FTA start next week for them to get things to them.
Yeah, and so I would look to see if the city's going to sue to stop or to put a injunction on any withholding of federal money, like they've done in these other cases and done so successfully, say like, look, A, we are working on the public safety aspect of it. We have this new state bill that's going to give us resources, but B, you can't just withhold federal money for a reason like this. And the FDA might say, well, but you're violating, your duty to safely operate transit, and so we can. And so that's something that will probably be hashed out in court, unless the mayor picks up the phone and cuts some sort of deal, with the FTA.
Yeah, wouldn't that be surprising? And of course, the budget has to be approved by the end of the month. Okay,
Yep.
Paris, thank you so much. We'll be watching you later on this evening. What time do we need to tune in?
10 p.m. Chicago Report. We're going to delve into all this. And I should mention, if they don't pass a budget at the end of the month, that's where we see a city shutdown. It's never happened before. It's unprecedented, and so unprecedented that city leaders don't even know what would happen. Can they pass, temporary spending bills? Will the government shut down? Will workers still get paid? All an open question right now.
Yeah, history that we don't want to make. Thank you,
Right.
Paris. We'll be watching tonight.
Sounds good. Thanks, Anita.
All right, take care. 2:16 right now. Let's take a quick break. And 2:18 right now. Thanks so much for being here with us in our 2 o'clock hour of Chicago Live. Plenty to get to in this hour that we're working on. We want to have a conversation, hopefully, about norovirus. Apparently, it's on the increase in Illinois. And before you end up sick, we want to find out what we should be looking for, what should we be doing differently as we have more people who are gathering together. We're also hoping to have more of a conversation about what's happening outside with this weather as it is changing over the next several hours and expected to kind of bring some issues to our area, especially for the evening commute. So we'll try to bring in one of our meteorologists for that. If Senator Duckworth speaks in our nation's capital during this hour, we'll try to go and listen in. This should be about ICE, and a hearing should be taking place. If she speaks up, if she walks up to the mic, we'll try to get there. But right now, we've had several conversations about the Cook County property taxes. When the new bills came out and people were shocked, they were delayed, but when they finally got them, they were shocked at what they saw. We spoke with the Cook County treasurer first about it. We brought in someone from the assessor's office next. And now we have Commissioner George Cardenas, the chair of the Cook County Board of Review. Looking forward to this conversation as you all have reopened property tax appeals in the process here as people are still processing what they have seen in their mail. So thank you so much for your time. Commissioner, are you there? Okay, so while we wait to try to get him back on the line here, just so you know, Chicagoans have through December 12th to appeal your latest assessment. This is a big moment, as so many people who have had massive spikes in your bill, in this latest bill. And when we were speaking with both the assessor's office and also the treasurer's office, they said, appeal it. Now, when that appeal, if it goes through, when that would actually take effect, whether it's retroactive or whether it goes forward, that's one of the things we want to talk about with the Cook County Board of Review, and also just how much of a difference it can make for people. That's one of the things that we're looking for there. But again, this appeals process now is for 24 townships, and you have until December 12th. So the time is ticking. Let's go ahead and bring in Commissioner George Cardenas to talk more about it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for the invite, and thanks for letting people know how important it is to appeal their assessments.
Yeah. When we say important, just how much of a difference could it make for people?
Well, last year, over 50% of residential homeowners who appeal got some type of reduction. So it is very important. It sets the baseline.
Okay, so having some issues with our connection there, but I'm just seeing here that the overall median residential tax bill in Chicago this year rose. And this is just a median, everybody, 16.7% to $4,457. The largest percentage increase in the city in 30 years. And that is according to a report published last month by Cook County Treasurer Maria Pappas. Again, we had her here on the show. Commissioner Cardenas, are you there now? Okay, it still looks like it's frozen here. So one of the issues that we saw was kind of a shift in the tax burden from downtown and the buildings, many of them that are vacant downtown, to homeowners in some areas. It was just a little mind-boggling as to why people were having such a big difference in their bill for places like North Lawndale or for Garfield Park, places like that, even South suburban areas that were seeing massive spikes here. A 133% spike there for West Garfield Park. Increased by nearly $2,000. Commissioner, are you with us now?
Yes, I sorry, I had to join via my cell phone because I am frozen for some reason in my desktop. Maybe it comes back up again. But you're right; those over assessments are all over the place. There's no justification. I think it's a system a problem, to be honest with you. And that's something that the assessor has to go back and look at his model to see what really is going on, because there's no rhyme or reason, and you can't just blame it on one thing, and you can't just blame it on the Board of Review for doing his job and statutory responsibilities.
Explain, since you mentioned it, the job of the Board of Review.
Well, the Board of Review is a quasi-judicial body that that is supposed to oversee the work of the assessor, if you will. And so when the assessor finishes with his assessment process, then it shifts over to the Board of Review, and we allow people to then, over a time window, allow people to then come to the Board of Review and compare between their appeal of the assessor and the Board of Review. We follow standard guidelines by AWAO, which is a international recognized organization that oversees the assessment process. We have our standards, we have our rules of evidence, and all of that goes into effect. So this is known to many people, whether you're an expert or not. Our work is open, transparent. Anybody can FOIA it. Anybody can FOIA the notes in terms of how we came to a decision on those appeals. And so this is the place where people come. The board review is people get a fair shake at a potential assessment, correction of an assessment, because that's what we do. We correct assessments, over assessments.
So one of the things that Treasurer Pappas brought up was the fact that a lot of people don't read over the bills well enough to know that they have an issue to begin with, and then how to actually go about addressing it. Why don't you walk through people's steps if they get that bill, what they need to do, or for those who have already gotten their bills and kind of had that moment of shock, what they need to do?
Well, I mean, it's good to understand the bill, right? I mean, it's good to understand, to read what the hell's going in there. And I should say, what's in there. And all the taxing bodies, the schools, the park district, the water reclamation, all of these entities that are taxing you, you should know exactly what's going on and compare year to year exactly what the increase was, right? Because the public schools have their own way of doing things, and they increase the levy every year to keep up with their expenses. And a lot of people don't know that, but their property taxes are going to be increasing by whatever, $50, $60, just by the fact that they already increased the levy on their end to try to recoup and try to cover some of those expenses. They're baked in. That's one. The park district, the same thing. They'll do the same process. They have a board, and they'll decide to raise their property tax levy. And the city does the same thing, except it is more, more focused. I would say more people focused on the city at this point, so they know that anything that the city does, everybody's going to know about it. So property taxes have been on the table, and they'll be taken off the table because it's a hot button issue, and it takes all of 50 members or ward aldermen to vote on that, which is more contentious than, let's say, a board like a couple of the schools or the park district, where they can just don't have to face the voters like aldermen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the fact that when the city does something, everyone knows, but everyone was pretty taken aback by that issue of a shifting tax burden. Yeah,
let's talk about that. I think that as well, sometimes they'll pay somewhat less than that, the 10%. So when you talk about shifting of the burden, if you have one side of the coin not doing well, or whatever, for whatever reason, something's happening there in the commercial corridors, it's going to impact value. And this is why the board review focuses in on, when we look at appeals, we handle not just residential appeals, but we also handle commercial appeals. And we treat everybody the same way. It's just about fairness. So when you provide evidence to the board of review on your particular case, on your particular appeal, we're going to look at that evidence to see what's going on with that property. So that maybe a vacancy it's high in that property, maybe something's going on with that property that the value has shifted, and therefore a new analysis takes place. Our methodology is simple. We do load what's called cap rate and expenses, and all the things that a business would need to do to run a business are in there, are sort of baked in that decision. And so that's really what it comes down to. There's no secrets or anything. If a particular business is struggling, like the downtown has been for the past few years because of COVID and post-COVID, a lot of properties were affected by that, and they're not fully recovered. And that's really a byproduct of just what's happening, not just citywide, but maybe county and statewide.
Yeah, I mean, when you say everyone is treated the same, and I'm not saying that everyone's not, but people make the argument that like a business would have a lawyer versus an everyday citizen who's trying to appeal things. If someone is successful in their appeal, what are some of the things that say, oh, this needs to be redone or revisited?
Well, let me first address the issue of attorneys. By law, if you are an LLC, you will need to be represented by an attorney. Mm-hmm. That's the law.
Right.
And that was done in Springfield.
Mm-hmm.
If you're an individual homeowner, or let's say you're your own commercial property, but you own it, it's in your name,
Mm-hmm.
you can file without having an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
It's called pro se. So you have those nuances of why we do it. From a business standpoint, you do it because you want it. You mentioned you want it to be done right,
Right.
and you want it to be transparent, and you don't want somebody making decisions based on whatever relationships are out there. You want a professional to be handling something complicated.
Absolutely.
And I think that's really what. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, I just made the point of, obviously an attorney would know more than most of us. If that is their practice, that is their thing. They would know more than most of us how to be effective in, getting an appeal across. So if it's just everyday citizen who's coming before you, what are the things that you look at to say, oh, yeah, we should redo this?
Look, if you're an individual, I think it's just a matter of you applying yourself, filling out the form, and if you want to do your own little digging about, what's going on in your particular block, in your particular neighborhood, you can do that and look what your neighbor is paying and do what's called comps, right? Comparables.
Mm-hmm.
And you can definitely take those and provide those as evidence to say, look, my neighbor, same square footage, identical in classification and everything else, yet I'm paying more than my neighbor for whatever reason. And those are valid reasons as to why you should provide evidence so that we can take a look at to see why that is, right? I mean, it's an imperfect system. This is why it takes all of us to put in there our information to make sure that we're getting correct. There's misclassifications, there's omitted properties that also the assessor missed last year. Hundreds of millions of dollars of properties that were not paying property taxes. There's land values that sometimes have been off. There's errors that happen in a system as complicated as ours, and we're trying to correct that. But for folks to feel confident, they need to fill the form, they need to ask questions, they need to provide evidence if they have any, and they need to follow up with the board of review or whoever they were designated to, for a hearing, if that's the case, or an email to see, hey, what happened to my appeal? Can you provide some analysis to what's going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then let me ask you this: if they are successful in their appeal, is it retroactive or does the help move forward?
There's a letter. So there's a letter that goes out to them. If it is successful, they'll get a letter from the board of review saying, this is the outcome of your appeal. When we finish our work once it's finished is then sent to the assessor to finally wrap it up. Right, that is the final value. Our decisions are final when it comes to assessments, and so if we end up reducing the assessed value of their property, it'll be reflected on their next bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you
so much. For 2024, there's nothing you can do about 2024.
Correct.
For 2025, that's what you're appealing. You're appealing the assessed value of that year, and that you have a shot of getting a reduction.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. I know a lot of people just have a lot of questions, and hopefully they will follow up with the Board of Review and hopefully be successful.
Yes. And I think what needs to the takeaway is this. The takeaway is please get acclimated with your property tax bill, and please start doing some due diligence and find out what is your due process to appeal on exemptions. Are you getting the proper exemptions, homeowner exemption? And if you're of age, are you getting your senior exemption? Are you getting your senior freeze? All that matters. If you have some, if you're disabilities, for example, there's another opportunity for you to get a lower property tax bill. If you're a veteran, you can also get a reduction on your assessments if you're a veteran as well. So there's many things that are out there for those folks that may apply. You gotta you got to read the fine print, and you got to really stay on top of your financial matters.
Absolutely important to know. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Not a problem. Thank you.
All right, you take care. Happy holidays to you. 2:36 right now. Let's take another break. Just about 2:38, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Emily Walls is here so we can talk a little bit about what's happening outside, these declining conditions that you have been mentioning, preparing us for.
Yes, preparing us for it. But you know what our producer just said? I'm going to walk home today because it's so nice out. That's how you know that we've really been through it the last couple of weeks. That is true. Because our temperatures right now, sitting in the upper 30s across most of the area, that's where we should be for this time of December. So usually these are the temperatures that we're complaining about.
Yeah, now it feels balmy.
Yeah, now it feels nice out there, you know, thanks to that cold snap that we did have. But because of where the temperatures are, I think there's going to be, you know, some really dicey things that we have to look out for throughout the rest of this afternoon and evening, because we do have some rain that's beginning to move in. So a lot of people, when they're on their drive home, they're going to be like, oh, great, it's just raining. Don't have to worry about the roads. Well, your ground temperatures, despite the fact that the air temp is above the freezing mark, the ground temps are still right around freezing, if not a little below that. So as that rain begins to fall, it very easily could become slick or icy, any untreated surfaces, which, you know, if you're out and about, most surfaces by this point with all the snow that we've gotten recently, they're pretty salted. I think we're in okay shape, but especially those secondary roads, you know, your driveway, your sidewalk at home, maybe things like that. Just be very cautious later on this evening because again, ground temperatures are still at or below freezing. So as that rain falls, we could be in for a couple slick spots. But all of this rain that we're going to experience this evening, tonight, that's going to be transitioning over to snow. So this is a very brief warm up. Tomorrow, we also, if you were to pull up your phone, you look at the forecast, or even if you look at our 7-day forecast, however you get your forecast, temperatures tomorrow, you're going to see them in the 30s. That's in the morning. Then we're dropping. It's going
tumbling.
To get, yes. It's one of those backwards days. High temperatures are going to be in the morning. During the afternoon, we're cooler. We're going to have northwesterly winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. It's going to be a pretty yucky day tomorrow. So scattered snow showers in your forecast for tomorrow as well. And those are going to be the brief heavier bursts of snow that we're very used to around here, but that too could be creating visibility issues. So just not pleasant conditions. We can phrase it that way. Just not very pleasant for the next couple of days. And then looking ahead to Thursday and Friday.
I'm like, more than a couple.
I know. So we're near normal the next couple of days, today and tomorrow. But then by Thursday and Friday, we're back down to the 20s again, feeling much more like January or early February. We're going to have several systems kind of parading through the region late this week. And we're also going to be on the lookout for the potential of accumulating snowfall late this week again. At this point, it doesn't look like a major system coming through, but enough to where we could be once again dealing with, dicey roads out there late this week and into this weekend. But I think the biggest weather story of all is going to be your weekend temperatures.
Those temperatures,
yes.
They need to grow up.
So keep in mind, every time you see our 7-day forecast, we are forecasting for O'Hare, for the city of Chicago. For those of you in the usual cold spots, think DeKalb, Aurora, Woodstock, the Northwest, the far west, even for those of you in the far south suburbs, away from that urban heat island, low temperatures this weekend, very easily going down to about 0, if not a few degrees below 0. It's also going to stay pretty gusty throughout the rest of this week, so that's going to have wind chill temperatures going into Saturday morning, Sunday morning, feeling more like 10, 15 degrees below 0. And just a reminder that cold weather advisory criteria begins at -20. So we're going to be pretty close to that going into this weekend, at least during the overnight. But it's not a sure bet that we're actually going to get there. So there hasn't been anything that's been issued yet, but I'm just kind of throwing that terminology into the weathercast here so everybody gets familiar with it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about the fact that that terminology comes into play right around the time when thousands of people will be going to the Bears game on Sunday.
It is going to be so cold for that game. Yes, we're going to have scattered snow showers around as a possibility. The snow chances on Sunday don't look quite as high as what they do on Saturday. In fact, on Sunday, there's a chance that we could end up seeing some sunshine. So we're still several days out from that, and we'll be able to kind of fine-tune that forecast. But one thing I don't see changing is the cold. I think it's going to stay very, very cold this weekend. So if you are heading out to Soldier Field, if you're planning on doing a little bit of tailgating, make sure you have all the layers on.
Even like Chris Kindle Market,
I know.
Oh man, I mean, maybe it would help because Chris Kindle Market is so packed.
I know it might be really nice to go this weekend. But yeah, just bundle up. It's kind of more of the same. We're getting used to it, and usually we're not getting used to this until January or February.
Well, that was what I was going to point out, is the fact that I feel like as a city, Chicago, and as a state, Illinois, we're used to cold temperatures and snow. But really, I feel like everywhere you go, the conversation right now is so early.
Yes, and we've been talking about this really incredible stat about the snow over the last couple of days. So far at O'Hare, we've seen 17.1 inches of snow. And if you're thinking, okay, we've had a few storm systems come through, but it's actually significant, because this is the quickest start to the snow season that we've seen since the 70s, since 1978. And then last year, if you think back to last year, there were a lot of complaints actually that we didn't have any snow. The entire season, we only had 17.6. We're already coming up on that number. So we've had some pretty impressive storm systems already come through.
We could have a long winter ahead.
We could.
Yeah. But somebody will be happy about it. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can we say thank you for that?
Yeah. Some of us like the snow, Anita.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We appreciate you coming up. It's about 2:45, everybody. So let's take a quick break and we will regroup and move forward. 2:46 right now, and we were just speaking with our chief meteorologist about snow totals climbing faster than usual, faster than they have in many different years. You know what else is climbing very fast? Norovirus cases climbing earlier than usual, and a newly dominant flu strain is also showing higher transmission in the Midwest. So we want to get right to this conversation with Dr. Chris Colbert, the Chicago emergency medicine physician, who is joining us now to try to help us all get through this season. Thank you so much.
It's great to be here, Anita. We're transitioning from a really good discussion from how to stay warm to now how to stay safe with these viruses that are poking their heads out here in the early stages of these flu seasons.
Yeah, and you make a good point about staying warm. A lot of that would be people coming indoors, but then this becomes a bit of the issue with so many people gathering inside.
So touche and well said. That's honestly the biggest take home from all of these concerns. We transition from the ER to what we call the HR. That's make sure you have hydration, good hygiene, and rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So why do you think these cases are climbing quicker this year?
So there's an ebb and flow to a lot of viruses. Some years it's RSV, other years it's influenza, other years it's COVID. And we're seeing a really significant spike in this norovirus. And the difference with norovirus, even though they're all lumped in together into the stomach flu, the norovirus specifically is dedicated to the gut. That's a gut virus. It's vomiting and diarrhea.
And most people associate norovirus with cruises.
So they do. They do. The big thing about norovirus that it's spread through stool. So the big thing is hand washing. So how do we get norovirus? It's either contaminated surfaces or contaminated people. So again, it goes right back to that conversation of hand washing, and hygiene is so very, very important for mitigating the effects of the norovirus.
Mm-hmm. And tell me a little bit more about this dominant flu strain. How is it different from what we've seen before, or why is it dominant right now?
So, and here's the thing, every blue moon, the flu wants to reinvent itself. And it's a question of us, once again, is to ensure that we keep our hands washed. The design of all viruses is to reinvent themselves so that the following year, they can be sustainable. So the fact that viruses change are a part of viruses in and of itself. So this flu strain this year is a little bit different than 2 years ago and a little bit different than 3 years ago. However, what is important is you can mitigate some of the effects by getting the flu vaccine, which has a significant impact on the admissions to the hospital and how long the symptoms stay with the patients.
Mm-hmm. Vaccine hesitancy, I feel like, affects really all types of doctors. We were speaking earlier this week with a pediatrician about new vaccine guidance for children. But how do you see vaccine hesitancy changing things in terms of what we see for COVID, flu, and other things that you see?
So I see this vaccine hesitancy as turning these stumbling blocks into stepping stones. This is just an opportunity for physicians to sit down and engage in the conversation and to try to meet the patients where they are and to have a discussion. What is your hesitancy with vaccines? And how can we have a discussion so that we can align so that you have informed decision making and have the best outcome for you and your family members? So it does kind of wear on you a little bit every time you see a patient. They pull out everything and they're like, you know what I read in Google and Google this and Google that. Hey, that's perfectly fine. Let's have a discussion so that you can be healthier, your family can be healthier, and you can have informed decision making.
Mm-hmm. Really important. And what are some other things that you'd be concerned about this time of year, or maybe that we're not even talking about in terms of being on the rise right now that we should be?
So here's the big thing, is the Bears games this weekend. It's the Bears game. So my recommendation is, because literally people will come to the emergency room and state, hey, I've got to leave in the next 4 hours because the Bears play, or I've got to be okay by the Bears game. And I get it. Me too. I don't want you to come to the emergency room. So an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of medical health and management. make sure you keep your hat on, everybody. Make sure you keep your hands washed, and make sure when you cough, you cover your mouth and then wash your hands as well. And we can all have a safe and very welcoming, warm holiday season. And go Bears.
I could not tell you were a Bears fan at all by the setup behind you. Not at all. I am shocked right now. But one of the things that I think also, while we have you here, you know, that I'd want to get from you is, all right, so if we hear about flu, COVID, norovirus, these terms come out pretty much every year. How do you get people to continue to take them seriously?
Well, and here's the thing. Usually people are more cognizant of what they do when it affects their family members. I can talk to them blue in the face and say, wash your hands, wash your hands, wash your hands. And as soon as that child and that family gets sick, it just wraps around really quick. The brother gets it, the sister gets it, the aunt gets it, the grandmother gets it, then everyone is laid out for the next 4 days because of one individual. So the biggest thing that I recommend is that please heed to the caution. Take the time to, like, doorknobs, wash your hands. There's always something with kids. And I have 3 myself, and I make sure that, hey, we got to keep our hands washed so mom and dad can go to work, and so we can go to these Bears games. But it all leads back to the Bears.
It all leads back to the Bears.
It does.
It all
Maybe that would be the better delivery, is just say, hey, if we can get this so we can all make it to the Bears game, maybe collectively Chicago will wash their hands a little bit more.
You know what? You've got something there. You've got something there. It could possibly work. How bad can things get with the norovirus? I mean, is this like when people say, oh, it's just like the stomach flu, or like, I mean, how bad can things get?
Hey, so that's a great question. Again, norovirus is a gut virus. And I'm going to nerd out just a little bit. When we discuss influenza, COVID, or if we're discussing RSV, those are respiratory, where you have the runny nose, the cough, where norovirus is specifically vomiting and diarrhea, and it's extremely, extremely contagious. Both your norovirus, if a child or if anyone goes to work, you can easily contaminate everyone. So here we go. You've got 1 to 3 days of these symptoms. 1 to 3 days are lasting of these symptoms, and usually they kick in the first 12 hours. And that can vary based on the patient, based on the individual, whether it's really bad vomiting or really bad diarrhea. And that's where the dehydration can kick in. And for some individuals, based on usually extremes of age, they can sometimes be admitted to the hospital for rehydration because there is no antiviral medication or antiviral vaccine, such as your Tamiflu for your influenza or the vaccine for COVID. If you get norovirus, you got to tough this one out. So again, just prevention can significantly mitigate the impact of this on a family, on a community, and moving forward on a lot of other people as well.
Mm-hmm. And what do you do at home versus when do you know you need to seek out medical attention?
Okay, again, great question. I'm so glad you asked that. 2 things. Number 1, it's the rest, hydration, as well as hygiene. So if you're at home, ensure that the countertops and specifically the doorknobs that are cleaned. You can use disinfectant. There's nothing that you don't have to have some amazing bleach combination. Just a disinfectant, the wipes will work very well. And washing your hands will assist that as well. If you are concerned about your effects, meaning that I can't stop vomiting, I have significant diarrhea, go to the emergency room, call your pediatrician, call your family practice doctor, go to your nearest ER and present and communicate your concerns. My big thing, and I know that we discussed this, that this virus is shed in the stool, don't bring your stool to the emergency room.
Oh, Lord.
I understand the thought process behind that, and I totally get it. But there are genius physicians, just brainiacs all through Chicago. Whatever they need addition, we can get it there in the ED. You don't have to bring any gifts for us. If there's anything that we need, we can definitely get that for you and provide adequate and standard of care.
I'm feeling like something is going on with my stomach right now just from hearing you say that. I don't think it's norovirus, but I think that did something to me, just hearing that part of our discussion. So how long could these symptoms last?
Again, the big thing is 1 to 3 days. the symptoms begin to present usually in 12 hours. 12 hours are usually when you start seeing those symptoms. And the big thing is intractable vomiting. The big thing is you can't get off of the toilet because that's when you're concerned about dehydration. And that's where your family practice doctor or your local ER physician steps in and works to provide IV hydration so that you can start a better tomorrow and a healthier tomorrow for yourself and your family.
Sounds like a situation I never want to experience, and I'm sure most people would feel the exact same way. Dr. Colbert, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, it's 2:57, everyone. Let's take a quick break. I need a break to digest all of that, and we'll be right back. Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for our 3 o'clock hour here on Chicago Live, and there's plenty to get to in this final hour with you. We're going to bring in just a bit our newest reporter on the team, Brett Bugansky, who's going to be out on the South Side for a wonderful event that's going to help a lot of people in this time of need and in this season to give. We're also going to be speaking with Representative Kelly about some new legislation that she's looking at here to look at the conditions of ICE facilities, ICE detention and processing centers like the one in Broadview that so much conversation and legal action has taken place as a result of. But right now, you know, there are 3 bipartisan bills to hold violent criminals accountable and combat the disturbing rise in online child exploitation. Such a serious, wide-reaching topic. And so I want to talk about child safety online with retired Detective Rich Wistocki, the president of Be Sure Cyber Training. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, how are you?
I can't hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yep.
Okay, it's on my end here. So I'd like for you to, first and foremost, just talk about the importance of bills like this and a bipartisan effort to bring forth bills like this right now.
Well, it doesn't get to the crux of the matter. So last legislative session, myself and numerous other of my partners wanted to deal with this whole sextortion issue, keeping kids safe on their devices. And the only true way, Anita, is for Apple and for Google When you sign your child up for their phone in the iCloud, there needs to be, it's a very simple fix. The parent who has their child join them under their iCloud, all they have to put is their date of birth of the child. If we were able to do that, we could restrict young children from getting apps that are harmful to them.
Wow.
But Apple and Google do not want that to happen because 13 to 17-year-olds, Anita, are one of their biggest customers. And they don't want to knock them out of other apps. And that would solve the problem, because here's reality right now. So when I teach about 300,000 students a year all over the country, actually I'm teaching in Georgia right now. And so what happens when I teach my kids, and I'll teach, 4th, 5th, and 6th graders, well, how old are they? They are anywhere from 9 to 12 years old, right? So when I ask these 9 to 12-year-olds, how many of you guys got a Snapchat? Yeah. How many of you guys got a Instagram? Yeah. How many of you guys got a Discord? Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. You got to be 13 in order to get in there. How are you guys in there? Oh, you lied about your ages, didn't you? So what happens is, I ask the question, how many of you whined and whined and whined until your parents gave in? I'll get about 10 kids raising their hand. How many of you did it, downloaded it, behind your parents' back, you didn't care what they thought? 75% raised their hand. So you had to put your name in, your email address in, your phone number in. Oh, wait, if I'm going to download Snapchat, I got to put my date of birth in. Okay, wait, I can't mess this up. I was born in 2015. Do I go up with my date of birth? Our kids are not the best mathematicians in the world. Or do I go down with my date of birth? And they're like, oh, I can't mess this up. I'll just put in 2000. That'll get me in. So I asked the kids, how many of you put in 2000 because you didn't want to figure out the math? 75% of them raised their hand. Anita, how old are they today if they put their date of birth of 2000?
Yikes.
25.
Yeah. And,
so
and
who do you think is going to come talk to
it.
them? Adults. Who's going to send them these naked pictures? Adults, because they're 25. Who's going to ask our children for their naked picture? Adults, because they're telling everybody they're 25. And parents are suffering. They're suffering from a deadly disease that sets their children up for failure. It's called the NMK syndrome. Not my kid.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So when I have these presentations all over the United States, parent presentations, Anita, do you know how many show up? Less than 1% of the student body's parents will show up. Why? I don't need to go to that because my kid would never take naked pictures of themselves. I don't need to go there because my kid will know better what happens, knows better what will happen to them if they do it. But yet these are the kids who become victimized.
Yeah, and
so
Rich,
it's a domino process.
It sure is. And I would think that, as much as we talk about like bullying, that for so many reasons, parents should pack out, these places to have conversations like this, to one, just find out the new things that are coming out, the new ways people are doing things, all of those things come into protecting your kid. But even from the standpoint of like kids sending pictures to each other and how that legally could end up.
Yeah, so I wrote the law on sexting in the state of Illinois back in 2009, that when teens are involved in dating, they don't get arrested. They get consequences for their behavior under a statute called MIRA, minor requiring authoritative intervention. So we try to do diversion to teach them instead of arresting them. But the problem is, and here's the basic problem, is that when parents suffer from NMK, the common denominator, I've arrested over 100 sextortionists, and I still do that today. I'm a deputy sheriff in Putnam County, Tennessee, and I train about 7,000 SROs how to do this across the country. The common denominator of sextortion is the number one predator site in the world is Roblox. So these predators will find these young kids on Roblox. Yikes. They'll take them to private chat. When they take them to private chat, they'll say, hey, we've been friends for so long. Do you want to see what I really look like? I don't care. Then they will send naked pictures to your child. And then the common denominator is this. Now that I sent you a picture, now you owe me one pic. And so I'll go in the schools. How many of you have been sent this text message? You owe me one pic. And I'll get 50 kids raising their hands. Those are 50 potential victims of sextortion. It is crazy. And it all starts out, we could solve all this if Apple and Google will allow age verification at the iCloud level. If we can do that, and we had a bill last year, but they killed it because of the lobbyists. So, number one, we need to train our students how not to be victims. Number two, we need to train parents how to monitor their kids' device remotely. You know, I make parents really uncomfortable when I teach them, and I this is what I tell them. Look, your child owns nothing until they're 18.
Mm-hmm.
You are not only responsible for their food, clothing, shelter, and education, you are responsible for their technology. That phone that they're using isn't theirs. I don't care if Nana, Nonu, Tia, Tiu, Grandma, Grandpa, Jaja, Busha bought them that new iPhone 17 for their Christmas present. They don't own it. And it is a medically proven fact, Anita, that the frontal cortex of our children's decision-making brain can't handle all the scheming that goes on social networks. They just can't handle it. They don't have the experience. So when they're faced with these types of things, they just do whatever feels right. And they have no center. This is why I tell parents, there is no such thing as privacy for your children. None. Away from the parent. That parent has the duty, responsibility to monitor that device, to go into that phone anytime they want. And listen to this, Anita, and you moms know what I'm talking about. God gave moms an intuition called the maternal instinct. If a mom thinks something's wrong, something's wrong. And I tell my parents, moms, if you feel this way, like something's wrong, you need to investigate it. And where are you going to find the answer to something wrong with your child? It's in here.
Yeah.
You just got to look.
Yeah.
So monitoring plays a huge part in this stuff. And the biggest major mistake when it comes to sextortion, Anita, is when you're a parent and you allow your child to charge their devices in their rooms at night, that is when they're going to get sextorted. When you allow that, because you're sleeping, they shut the door so you can't hear them. They don't need to talk. It's typing, reading, and performing. Again, one internet predator can have up to 250 victims in their lifetime. 250. So that child who's going through sextortion right now, there's 10 behind that child being done by the same guy.
It's
so
so
sextortion
wild.
for girls, go ahead, Anita, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
So sextortion for girls is different than sextortion for boys. Sextortion for boys is about predators gaining more homemade pictures and videos of their victims. Sextortion for boys is about money. There's a group called the Yahoo Boys, and they are responsible for all our teen boys killing themselves. You heard the horrible accounts in Washington this morning about the plight that those parents went through. My heart breaks for them. But again, Apple and Google need to be more responsible to put age verification. You put age verification on, there's already age verification on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. The kids lie, and the parents ain't checking. So it's not going to change a thing until we bring Apple and Google to the table. Did you know this? The National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, is the clearinghouse. So if there is CSAM, child sex abuse material, or naked pictures of kids going through any of these platforms, they have a duty to report it to the National Center. Not only that, grooming chat between adults and children. When these AI bots capture either one of those, grooming or the CSAM, they report it to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. So this AI program exists in every social network, gaming platform, cloud service in the United States, except for Apple.
Wow.
Apple is the devil, and they do not report child exploitation to the National Center. It's a crime. If anything, they should be made to report child exploitation to the National Center. Once that's reported, those cases are assigned to one of 7,000 people like myself in the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and we investigate it. And
I don't know what their legal argument is as to how they've been able to go around that. I know they have a ton of lawyers, I'm sure, working on their side to allow them to continue to act as they have. But yeah, I mean, these literally, it's not just, reputations on the line. It's literal lives on the line, as we have seen young people take their lives as a result of this, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so what I tell my boys when I teach them, I said, look, guys, have you ever heard of the old adage, if it's too good to be true, it usually is? No really, really pretty girl is all of a sudden going to come talk to you, take their clothes off in front of you, and get you to do that too. They're not interested in you. It'll never work out for you if you go in front of a webcam naked. It'll always be used against you. And if, God forbid, any of this stuff happens, there are 5 pieces of evidence that I train my students to grab. I need screen captures of everything if this happens to you. I need all the user IDs, the Zells, the Gmail accounts. I need pictures of that. I need a detailed statement as to what happened and how it made them feel. Do not report it to the social network as it's happening to you, because they may delete the account. And when we, as police officers, want to investigate it and we send them search warrants, if they already delete it before we get the search warrant, we don't know who did it. So don't report it to them. If this is happening, report it to us. And finally, I need printouts of all of the chat that happened in the Roblox, in Snapchat, in Instagram, and in Zelle, in Discord. I need printouts of that, and I need them saved on a flash drive. Not 1 flash drive, 2 flash drive. These are the 5 pieces of evidence that we need. And what I tell my boys is, don't pay the money. My job, and my team's job, when we teach in schools, we have to empower them not to be victims. And here's what we say 4 or 5 times. When it comes to online existence, no one is allowed to make you feel bad about yourself. No one. No one is allowed to make you do something you know you shouldn't be doing, like sextortion or suicide. If someone is making you do that, you need to shut it down. You need to grab the 5 pieces of evidence, because when it comes to social networking and gaming, no one online is anonymous. There is no one I cannot find when it comes to social networking and gaming. When we tell the students that, and if you're looking at my slides and I'm triggering you and you're like, oh my God, yeah, that's exactly what happened to me, you need to come see me after the presentation and I will make your pain stop. But whatever you do, don't pay the money if you're involved in sextortion. Give me the 5 pieces of evidence. And when you give us to the police department, within 2 hours, Anita, law enforcement can shut down the whole operation. The people who are doing this, they're called the Yahoo Boys from Nigeria. And there are actually hundreds of these people doing it to our kids. And a great excuse that I give my boys, so what they'll do is, while they're exchanging these naked pictures, the Nigerians are screen capturing the pictures and screen capturing their contacts. And then they will take one of those pictures and send it to one of the contacts. And then when the session's done, the Nigerian will get on, the Yahoo boy will get on and say, now that we have you, you're going to pay me $250 in gift cards. I'll give you 4 hours before I start sending the picture. And before the 4 hours, they automatically send a naked picture to their buddy. And their buddy texts them back, dude, what are you sending me, you weirdo? And the kid's like, oh my God, it's already started. Wait, I think I have a gift card for my birthday. So they give him the gift card. Okay, give me the code. All right, give me the code. All right, here's your $250. Now stop. Please don't send any more pictures. Now I want $300. Now I want $400.
Wow.
Now I want your parents' credit card. You know what? If you can't do it, you might as well go kill yourself, because we're not going to stop until you give us the money.
So what are some of the frequently asked questions from parents who do want to do better at protecting their kids from this? And I think, it's just such a different landscape than what we grew up in. So
Right.
it's really difficult to wrap your brain around all of these different sites and what they do and how kids access them. But what are some of the frequently asked questions from parents?
So they want to know how to have a technology talk with their kids, right? What do I say? What do I do? So when I ask the kids, when I teach them, how many of your parents had a technology talk that went like this? if you ever do that on that phone, if you ever do this, if you ever take bad pictures, if you talk to anybody you're not supposed to, you're going to be grounded. I'm taking your phone away. You're not going to see the light of day, and the door's going to go out the hinges of your bedroom. So I asked the kids, how many of your parents had a technology talk with them like that? 80% will raise their hand. So if you get catfished or sextorted, are you going to go tell your parents? And they all say, heck no. I would never tell my parents. So when I bring that to the parents, I'm like, look, let me introduce you to a better way. Now, when you go home after my presentation, I want you to go back to your kids and say, you remember when we threatened you? We had no idea what was going on Roblox, on Discord. We had no idea how easy it was for predators to get to you. Remember when we threatened you? I want you to ball it up and throw it away. Let me introduce you to the golden ticket rule. What the golden ticket rule says in the technology talk is that you are going to sit with your kids and you're going to say, look, we are not only responsible for your food, clothing, shelter, and education, we are responsible for everything you do on your phone. So what I created, we want you to know that if somebody's bothering you, you need to come to us. Mm-hmm. If you come to us, we're going to give you a golden ticket pass. And that golden ticket pass will allow you to come to us freely. And when you come to us first and you say you want to institute the golden ticket pass, there'll be no consequences because we are responsible for you. So much so, Anita, we have created the golden ticket refrigerator magnet. So every day this goes on your fridge or your metal door in your laundry room or whatever.
Yeah.
Every day your child will see this. And if ever they have a problem, they swipe the golden ticket and they say, Mom, I got to talk to you. I have a problem.
Oh, it's
with no consequences.
Such a scary thing to even think about, but so important for us all to have these conversations. Rich, thank you for what you do. Thank you for empowering us all, for sure.
You're very welcome.
Rich Wistocki, president of Be Sure Cyber Training. We appreciate you.
Thank you. If you go on YouTube, you can see all the videos. Just put my name in.
Okay. All right. We'll have to do that. 3:18 right now. Let's take a quick break. .320 right now, everyone, and a group of congressmen and women are demanding answers from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem concerning reports of poor quality food and in some cases lack of food and water provided to immigrants held in U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facilities. Let's go ahead and bring in U.S. Representative Robin Kelly, who is leading this mission. Thank you so much for your time, as always.
Thank you.
Okay, so of course, I think one of the things that we have to start with is when we talk about facilities overall, much of the attention in this area would have been the Broadview Ice Processing Center and that question as to whether it was being used as a detention center instead.
Right, they nuanced it, but I think they did that so they didn't have to give permission for members of Congress to come in. They said it wasn't really a detention center, it was something else. So that's why they held us back until Congresswoman Underwood went in, but there were no detainees there.
Yeah, what were some of the reports maybe that stuck with you from one, maybe some of your constituents, what they've told you about the conditions in there, but then also what Congresswoman Underwood saw herself. We spoke to her right after she came out.
Yeah, I think the people that we've gotten feedback from said that the conditions were deplorable, you know, from the food, the health and safety. I remember the mayor of Broadview saying that Kristi Noem herself wanted to go to the bathroom, but she wouldn't go to the bathroom in that facility. They had to drive her a mile to go to the bathroom at the Village Hall. But we've heard people were crammed in. How often they could take a shower or clean themselves, and then the condition of the foods that they were given.
Yeah, and certainly a part of this would go toward, okay, how many people was the facility expected to hold versus when the operations were being ramped up, how many people were actually in there, and nobody knows really.
Right, we've heard, 150, we've heard different numbers, but you're correct that no one knows exactly because they weren't very open with their operations.
Mm-hmm. And so when you think of not knowing how many people are in a facility, then you don't really know or can prepare for how many people you're expected to feed.
That's true, but I don't think they really cared like you should care. I don't think they, from information we've gotten, about the condition of the food not being cooked properly or the same food. So I just think that they were just going through the motions when it came to the people they were detaining in many, many ways.
Yeah, and of course that aspect of it went to court, the conditions that people were being held in. I remember there were several people who were on the stand who talked about like stale bread or sandwiches that they were eating day in and day out. What were some of the other things when you talk about poor quality food? What were some of the things that would be in that category?
Well, we heard, bloody food, very processed food, the same food over and over, food not cooked. One hearing we had, one of the husbands talked about, because his wife is being detained and she's sick. I believe she has high blood pressure and maybe some other things. And the food that they were giving her, it made her sicker.
Yeah. So, of course, state-run or a federal facility, if it were like a prison or something of that sort, would have some type of responsibility legally for medically making sure that they were giving people what is in line with their medical needs.
Right, there's standards and guidelines, but even ICE's own website claims that detention is not supposed to be punitive, but they still don't seem to be following the rule of law. That was their whole mindset. Everyone's guilty, we're going to be punitive, we're not going to respect people, whether they were in or even, the protesters or family members coming to check on the outside.
So in demanding answers, what are you expecting to happen?
Well, we want answers with, what food was served. We've heard there was a lack of food, a lack of water. Like, what is the truth? And hopefully we will learn the truth, how many people they were feeding and how much they were feeding them. We heard cases of spoiled food, moldy food, and again, not enough food.
But how do things turn around? And I guess I ask that because so many of these things ended up in court, but that didn't necessarily change the operation fundamentally.
Yeah, but I think that if people know we're looking, and more people are looking, and more people are aware, and the media keeps it in the news, I do really think, that helps, and that encourages these facilities to stick to the standards that they're supposed to stick to, that we're not letting them get away with it. They're not, sneaking things, that people are aware of what they're doing and are looking.
Yeah. When you think about the Operation Midway Blitz and the microscope that it was under, especially during the height of it here, I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. One, what is your reaction to still seeing raids in this area? I mean, there was one in Elgin that we had video of that we aired on Monday that happened over the weekend.
I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. He claimed he was going after criminals, and that hasn't proven to be true. He has traumatized the Chicagoland area. Not just Chicago. You just mentioned Elgin. We just talked about Broadview. The Chicagoland area has been traumatized. And beside morally what he's doing, but economically, he's hurting businesses. People don't want to go out. They don't want to go to restaurants. People don't want to go to their jobs. People don't want to send their kids to school. So they're really doing a disservice. And also they're doing a disservice to American citizens. They're getting pulled out. In my district where the helicopter landed, they pulled out undocumented, and they pulled out American citizens. And now, because of the destruction, they all have to find a new place to live.
Yeah, and I know that is an ongoing conversation about the people who were inside of that building that was raided, and I believe they have to be out maybe by this week. Because of
very soon.
Yeah. For the situation in Elgin, the federal government says that they were after a suspected gang member, suspected Trinidad gang member. The Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said that about that, and she says that this yet again underscores the serious lack of vetting by the Biden administration on the millions of, and these are her words, aliens that they allowed to come into the country. What do you say to people who say, are you fighting for people who, one, aren't in the country illegally, and two, may have done horrible things to end up where they are?
I'm not fighting for anyone that is a criminal or doing wrong things, but again, the gentleman that shot the two National Guard members in Washington, D.C., they came through under asylum under Trump. And I have concern about, anyone that shouldn't be here and has a criminal track record. But frankly, I have a concern of who he's hiring as far as ICE. Very concerning who are behind those masks and what are their qualifications, the way they're treating people. They seem somewhat like a gang too.
Yeah. Are you still pushing to get inside of these facilities? Again, I know we've seen so many people kind of come up and be turned away, and then Congresswoman Underwood was able to get in. Are you still pushing to try to get in and see the facilities yourself?
Well, since the Congresswoman saw that one, I don't know if it's necessary for me to go there, especially when no one's there. But if I have the opportunity, I know there's one I was invited to in Detroit, but I just can't mesh it with my schedule. But yes, I would like to see conditions that people live in, just to check to see, if people are okay. I have been in facilities before, but this was, years ago now, I guess Trump 1.0.
Well, please keep us updated on where things go from here. Again, I feel like, we're still processing a lot of the legalities as to what happened in our area, and now we're seeing things in other parts of the country as we still try to, farce out what happened here.
I certainly will be back in touch.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Happy holidays to you. All right.
Bye-bye.
3:30 right now, everyone, and let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Right now it's 3:32, and we all want to be on Santa's good list when the time comes for Christmas to roll around. But the Better Business Bureau has just issued their list of this year's 12 scams of Christmas. A lot of people who should be getting coal in their stockings. Apparently, the National Retail Federation predicts the first $1 trillion holiday shopping season has high stakes here when it comes to all of these different scams. So let's go over it with a member of the Better Business Bureau who's joining me now, Steve Burness. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me today. Greatly appreciate it.
Okay, let's go over this list. I see it starts with misleading social media ads, and they certainly flood your timelines, those that may be legit and the ones that could be slipping in right now.
You're right. They do flood your computer, and these ads pop up. They follow you around, the marketers, so they know what you're looking at, and all of a sudden you get these unbelievably low prices. So we're seeing a lot of fake offers on those sites. You really have to know who you're doing business with. A lot of times when you see those ads, you don't know who it is behind it. So you click on the link, you think it's a reputable retailer, and maybe a scammer in the weeds waiting to take your credit card information. So it's best to do the research on the organization before doing business with them. As you said, there's a lot of great businesses out there, but unfortunately, a lot of them, scammers have shifted over to the social media side now.
It's so hard. And then you factor in AI scams, and it just goes even deeper than that.
Right, AI scams are terrible. They really have perfected it more and more. They can build a website in 90 seconds now. They can build fake websites. They can build fake products, fake ads, make it look like it's an authentic website. It's been around for a while. So AI has come a long way. They use celebrity endorsements now that are fake, some of them. So again, you got to be careful because AI can make it look like the real thing, and it's really scary when you get into, because you don't know where this information you're giving is going.
Mm-hmm. And we see that in so many different ways. I mean, we were just speaking with, a former detective who was talking about sextortion and things like that. A lot of people, putting out information and you don't know where it's going. It comes back around to that time after time. What are social media gift exchanges?
Well, gift exchange, remember like the secret Santa gifts and things of that nature? Or secret sister gifts exchange or wine exchange, where you send out one gift and you'll get 10 in return. Now they're using the Santa gift dog treats. So basically you're buying a dog toy and you'll get more in return. Any of those types of offers where you send one, you'll get more in return is a pyramid scheme. And it's against the law according to the postal. It's a chain letter basically. And you send something out, you're not going to get anything in return, and they're against the law to do it as well. So avoid those at all costs.
Okay, one thing that a lot of people don't avoid is an opportunity to talk to Santa this time of year. And so there are some holiday apps that would give you that opportunity.
Right, there's a plethora of holiday apps out there. Some are legitimate, some are not. Especially parents, we want you to make sure that before your child downloads these apps is to check out the privacy policy of these apps, what they're taking. And some of these apps are free, and sometimes with the free comes a lot of the ads, and sometimes they could put spam or malware on your phone and or computer. So it's best to do the research on the apps before downloading. Let your children know not to download those apps until you had a chance to look at them, and especially the free ones, because you never know what's going to be in those free ads or who's running those ads.
Yeah, that in large part has to do with the kids, but even for the adults, these fake texts saying that you have been hacked, I don't know who has not received one of these.
Right, we all get them. I get them myself, but they're increasing because they work, unfortunately. They put that pressure on that something is wrong, you've been hacked, you've got to do something quickly, click on this link. You should never do anything quickly. We have the 30-minute rule at the BBB, nothing in 30 minutes. You want to do your checking. The only thing you should do in 30 minutes is actually buy a pizza. Other than that, you do your homework, do your research, especially putting the fear something's wrong, but you got to click here. If you're not expecting it, don't click on that link. If you think it's from your bank, or if you think it's from your mortgage company or credit card company, call them directly or go to their website directly without clicking on those links.
Some gift cards can be like some of the best gifts, obviously, if you don't really know what to get somebody. But now we're seeing free gift cards that are offered to scam you? What's up with that?
Well, they're asking you to do things. You get a free gift card if you fill out this survey or if you give us information. And there is no free gift card. It doesn't come in the mail weeks later like everybody has promised. So the Better Business Bureau has seen an increase in that. Stay away from free gift cards. There's always a catch to it. And a lot of times they can, sometimes they can put malware or spam on your computer by simply clicking on a link. So stay away from those offers. There's no such thing as a free gift card. There's always a catch to it. And be very careful on those.
And everybody's looking for a break this time of year for so many different reasons. And so holiday jobs, temp jobs, that's something that a lot of people look for, seasonal jobs. But how are people taking advantage of that?
Well, the scammers are basically making it look like they're an imposter. They're saying that they're a company when they're actually not. And what's really devious behind that is they say you got this great job. They actually go through the interview process with maybe 2 or 3 different people, thinking this is a legitimate organization. Then they ask you for your bank account number to deposit your check, or they ask for your social security number, which you normally have to give when you're working for somebody. But unfortunately, they're using that information to steal your identity as well. Again, a lot of the retailers are looking for holiday help. There's an increase in those types of offers, but make sure you're dealing with a reputable source and not just clicking on a link saying they've got these great holiday jobs. Do some research on them before giving them any information. And they're going through the whole rigmarole in terms of hiring. So they're actually doing the interview process, making you think it's a legitimate organization when it's not.
Yeah, same as making you think something is a legitimate website when it's not. These are hard to spot.
They are hard to spot. In the old days, you could tell by grammar errors or misspelled words. Now with AI and the technology today, there's a lot of fake websites for a lot of the well-known products, whether it be a purse or high heels or electronics. They create these types of websites that are counterfeit websites. They may have one character different in the URL when you think you're dealing with somebody and you're not. So be very careful. That's our #1 scam at the Better Business Bureau throughout the year is online scams. It's the 4th year in a row because people, like you said, $1 trillion is going to be spent this holiday season. The scammers goes where the people are at. Ever since the pandemic, a lot of people have shifted their focus in buying online. There's a lot of great retailers, but unfortunately the scammers are in the weeds waiting to take on get your money.
Yeah, in so many different ways. Even the fake charities for people who have a giving heart this time of year.
It's really heart-wrenching stories when you see that. It happens all the time, especially during the holiday season, because the charities usually get their donations, large donations, in the last 2 months of the year. So people are trying to make their year-end donations. Everybody's in a gift-giving mood, but if it's not going to the charity, it's not doing anyone good at all. A legitimate charity will want your money today. They'll want it tomorrow, next week, next year. A scammer wants your money now. They call you on the phone, or they say they have this great charity, but you still have to do your homework on the charity. Do they meet the Better Business Bureau standards for charitable accountability? We have 20 different standards. But again, the scammers just want that money quickly. They may go with a sound-alike name of somebody who may have donated in the past or a well-known charity. Again, it's best for you to go to the money you want to spend on these charities, or give to the charities rather, is go to the charity's website directly and do some research on them.
And there are a million, and then really a million is putting it very lightly, but packages that are just flowing all over the place. Everybody's waiting on something to come to them or something to get to your loved one. And this is an issue as well in so many different ways.
Right, especially the fake delivery ones. I think we all have gotten them, but they are increasing, especially around the holidays, because everybody's buying online and are waiting for their package to show up, and all of a sudden there's an error, or we need more information. Click here, and it's actually not that particular delivery company's website. It's a mock website or mock email, making it look like it's the real thing, and then they're asking you for personal information, or they may ask for your credit card. There's not enough postage on it, or not enough delivery fees, or whatever it may be. And again, it's that 30-minute rule, is that they want you to do something quickly. And people, how did they know I was getting something from UPS or FedEx or whomever? It's that they're sending it to everybody and seeing who clicks the links. And again, if something asks you to do something quickly, you just don't do it. You've got to do the research on them, and especially clicking a link out of the blue. That's something you should not do. And even answering your phone. We always suggest the Better Business Bureau, if you unless they're in your caller ID that you're in your group, don't answer. Let it go to voicemail because they want to find a live victim.
How are people twisting advent calendars of all things?
Well, they shifted this the last few years to advent calendars, saying they got these great advent calendars with great coupons, offers, ideas in the back, but they just want you to pay for this calendar, and then you never get the calendar, or you get a calendar that was not as promised, given to you as promised. So they shifted that to something new. It's always a new twist on an old scam. So they're picking advent calendars now. So if you see an offer for an advent calendar and they have all these great offers, yeah, I would look twice and not fall for that bait.
When you talk about a new twist on an old scam, one of the oldest has to be puppy scams, especially this time when so many people are like, oh, that's what I'm going to get. I'm going to get a cute little puppy for my kids for Christmas or something, your significant other or whomever it may be. Everyone loves a cute little puppy.
They do. But unfortunately, the scammers love to try to separate you from your money on this as well. So always around the holidays, we see an increase in especially puppy scams or cats or whatever animal it may be. We've got a lot of local victims in Chicago area that have been duped by these. So basically, they put these ads out there, these beautiful looking dogs, cute as button. They're really they're on the same website. They're the same dog or the same cat, whatever it may be. They say they have to get rid of it quickly, and then they ask you for either wiring money or they ask you to send gift cards or something like that, unconventional payment methods. But what we call the tip-off to the rip-off is that you can't meet the dog, you can't meet the breeder. That is the warning sign. If you can't meet them, then it's usually most likely a scam because they just want to get your money. And then once they get the first part of your money, then they're going to say, okay, the dog needs shots now, or the cage needs to be bigger, or I need to take it to a vet. And since you already have money invested, you keep giving them money. And then you realize when you keep giving them money that it's a scam, then it's too late. You have giving them so much. We had a woman in Glencoe that just lost $1,000 a couple of weeks ago. She's trying to buy a cat online. And then when you do the reverse Google search of that picture of that cat on that website, it was on thousands of websites. So you gotta be very careful. Meet the breeder. There's a lot of animal shelters in your area. But again, the key is meeting them and meeting the dog first before giving them any payment.
Yeah, and even going to a safe place to meet them, that's a whole nother issue. People going to a place and then getting ripped off that way. Sometimes the tip-off to the rip-off is where they ask you to meet them.
Exactly. You could be somewhere, you could meet somewhere that's usually not in a public place or area. People have lost their lives to these types of meets. So it's best if you are going to meet somebody. Most police stations, I know all Chicago police departments allow to have the transactions done in their lobbies. Most of the Suburbans have those ability as well, but meet them in a public place, not an apartment building or not down some random street. Even if it's a too good to be true offer, and that's what they entice you by. Oh, I got this great phone I got to get rid of. I'm leaving town, or I'm leaving on the military duty, or something like that. Again, there's countless lives that are lost each and every year by those meets.
Lumps of coals for everyone that put somebody through that. Steve, thank you so much for your time and going through the 12 scams of Christmas with us.
My pleasure. Happy holidays.
All right, same to you. 3:46, we'll be right back with our newest reporter here at Fox Chicago. 348 right now. Operation Blessing is going on right now at the corner of 79th Street and Racine at a BJ's Market there. And what a better way to start your time reporting back at home than to have this type of heartwarming story. Let's go ahead and bring in our newest reporter here at Fox Chicago, Brett Bugansky. How's it looking over there?
The race scene. It looks a little different inside of BJ's right here on the south side, but if you look at any of the volunteers, if you look at the people who are coming in, there is love in the air. So this is something that has been going on for the last 10 to 15 years here on the south side, Operation Blessing. The whole idea is to make sure that about 2,000 meals are given out to needy families, people who need it most. We all know that money, inflation, SNAP benefits have all been very, very important this time of year. Some people not knowing where the next meal is coming from. So I made some friends over the last few minutes right here. We have Kim. Kim, you've been volunteering for the last few years. What's the biggest thing that you get out of this annual event?
I get out of giving and spending my time where I can give time to those that needs the help. God has blessed me. And I just want to volunteer as much as I can to help others. And I get the joy out of seeing people smile.
Because you're the first person people see when they walk through those doors. So when we arrived, there was a line around the block. You arrived. You saw the line around the block. This has turned into quite the assembly line here because as we speak, even though the meals are all here and they are hot, they're still making food right now. What is the biggest message that you see when you see somebody and you lock eyes with them?
I say thank you, God. I say I'm grateful to God that I can be able to help and that people like Father Flager can make things happen for people. And I'm just grateful to God, and I'm a little nervous. I just enjoy seeing people be happy and Father Flager making it happen for people, those that are unfortunate, or for people that just says, hey, I could have a hot meal today.
Absolutely. And we got to go talk to Father Michael Flager. We got to go track him down. He is right over here. Father Mike. How's it going? Father Mike, you've been doing this now in St. Sabina's for many, many years. Yes. I believe the last 10 to 15 years. People think just one meal. It's a free meal. It may not make a difference. But there's many factors that go into this. Why does one meal make such a difference for you, Father?
For the first thing, we get many people to come to us and say, this is the only hot meal they had this week. And so if we can give them a hot meal this week, that's a blessing. One meal is a day of eating another time. We have never seen so many people coming to our food pantry hungry. It's those who have always been poor and in need. It's the migrant population, many of them were working, but then they're afraid to go to work and now in need of food. It is those who were hurt by the SNAP cutoff. And then it's the people who are first time coming here saying, I used to be able to support my family on my own, but now with the prices being so high, I have to supplement my food. So they come to the pantry, and when you have a hot meal like this right in your neighborhood, and it's free, and you can bring your whole family, your grandparents, the children, everybody going to get a meal today. So this is one meal you don't have to worry about.
And having that one meal is so important because it gets you to function the right way throughout the rest of the day. Absolutely. These last 3 months, Father, because of all the economic uncertainty, now we're in the month of December. Yeah. It's cold outside. People are still struggling. Yeah. What's going to be your message to anyone watching Fox 32 Chicago right now?
Well, I say, care about people who are hurting. Start on your own block. Look down the block. If there's a senior, if there's a mother that you know struggling, how can I help you? And see what you can do on your own block to your neighbors. Secondly, if you know people that are hurting or you yourself is hurting, our food pantry is open Monday through Friday from 9 to 3. You can come there every week and get some food to help support your family. We have a turkey giveaway coming up. We have toy giveaways coming up. Everybody's going to have to help a little bit. And then those who have more, who are blessed, and you can help donating food or you can make a donation to help us buy food, call us. Call us at the church, 773-483-4300. Help us in any way you can. We will do the work, but we need the support of food and of donation to help us keep going.
And this has been a partnership with Wright Law Firm. You have BJ's, who's been around here for more than 30 years, and this is quite the assembly line. 2,000 meals, they're still making them right now, and there's a lot of volunteers who play a role in it.
Yeah, I've been blessed that, whenever in our church we put out the call for volunteers, whether it's food giveaways, turkey giveaways, toy giveaway, whatever we're doing, I get more volunteers than I can use. So we had, like today, we have one group in here from 3 to 5. Another whole group is coming in and volunteer from 5 to 7, because I tell people all the time in our church, this is what makes you a Christian. Not going to church on Sunday, but what you do when you leave church because of your faith. So this is what gives us our faith lived out.
This is first come, first serve. This opened at 3 o'clock. There was a line out the door when we arrived. This goes until 7
o'clock tonight. Come on by, stop on the way home from work, bring your family dinner.
So there's still a lot of events that St. Sabina is going to be doing.
You can always check out our website, stsabina.org, and find all the events that are still coming up over the next few weeks from now until the first of the year.
Father Michael Flagler, thank you so much. Appreciate you, Father. A lot of work happens here with a lot of the volunteers. We spoke to Kim earlier. There's another woman named Kim just around the corner. We got to get Anita here. Anita was the first person I saw. Anita, can we speak to you for Fox Chicago?
Hi, everybody. Merry Christmas.
This is Anita. So, Anita, you really jumped out at me because you said Merry Christmas to everybody, but you're also just really setting the tone for the rest of the holiday season.
Well, that's what it's all about. That's really what it's all about, Brendan. We appreciate you being here, and happy second day.
Thank you so much. I told her it is my second day on the job. I've been away for 18 years. I grew up on the northwest side of the city, but I'm very familiar with the south side and St. Sabina's and people like Anita who are volunteering their time here. So when it comes to it is wonderful. When it comes to the holiday spirit, coming back home here in the month of December in Chicago, the greatest city in the world, this is the best Christmas gift around. What do you say to that?
Absolutely, absolutely. There's no place like Chicago, and there's no place like home.
I couldn't agree more. So, guys, BJ's Market, 3 to 7 right here. So there's still a whole lot of food. So back to you guys.
Brett, absolutely love to see it. And again, I don't know if there could be a better first assignment to send you on, just to soak up some love and to see others loving on those in need. Wonderful job, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, you take care. Continue to enjoy.
Welcome to Chicago Fox 32.
Thank you, Father.
You have the official blessing from Father Flagler. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, Brett. It just does not. All right, you take care. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have covered a lot of ground here. I mean, we were just seeing what was going on there on the south side, what St. Sabina and Witherall has brought together at BJ's Market. We talked to the Better Business Bureau about some of the scams that we all need to watch out for. And the same for speaking with Rich Wistocki, who used to work right in this area, has now gone on to create his own company to try to help parents navigate these very tricky and, quite frankly, treacherous waters of children being online and trying to make sure that they're safe online. Giving some information there where all of us can play a part in protecting them moving forward with so much that can go wrong online. We also saw so many different great things that are happening in our area and beyond, but those who are watching out for those things too. Do want to remind you that when we were speaking, if you weren't with us in our 2 o'clock hour, I talked to Commissioner George Cardenas about them reopening the property tax appeals process. That's going to be open to you through December 12th. Please mark it on your calendars. Make sure if you got one of those super high property tax bills and you're wondering what is going on, don't just leave it there. Make sure you go and ask some questions. And he gave us some great information about what to do there. And we talked to our own Paris Schutz, who will have his show, the Chicago Report, later on tonight, coming up at 10 o'clock. He's going to have an exclusive interview with with Alderman Hopkins about him reintroducing a possible curfew, the time and place curfew that he's hoping will help save more teens' lives and also calm some headaches and some concern for a lot of people who live throughout the city when it comes to our teens, making sure they have safe places to go, but that also that people feel comfortable getting around town as well. So we will have another day from 1 to 4 of Chicago Live coming up tomorrow. We hope you'll join us then.
From Chicago, this is Fox 32 News at 4.
Now, 4 weeks after a man attacked a woman on a CTA train, lighting her on fire, the federal government might take action, and it could mean big changes.
We're learning more about the effect immigration enforcement is having on businesses in Little Village.
And Mayor Johnson addresses concerns about the city's budget as time is running out to reach a deal. Good afternoon, I'm Terrence Lee.
And I'm Sylvia Perez. Weather is first at 4, another chilly day, but I actually walked back to the station this afternoon. I didn't think it was all that bad, Emily.
No, not so bad today. Actually, we have temperatures currently that are above the freezing mark for a lot of us. We're in the 30s. I actually heard somebody say earlier, hey, it feels so nice. We're going to actually walk home from work. So that's how you know that it has not been pleasant recently because, again, we're still only talking about temperatures that are in the 30s. Now, we are cold enough to where we're going to have a little bit of a wintry mix, some sleet mixing in, maybe even some freezing rain with this next batch of precipitation that's moving in. So for those of you across the northwest suburbs, you can see that pink shading showing up here on the radar. That's the color that we really never want to see because that's suggesting freezing rain, again, a little bit of sleet. So that's the nasty stuff to be driving in. For those of you that are going to be out on the roads in the next few hours, near and north of especially I-80, that's where we're going to be at risk of seeing some icing. And again, we do have the risk of freezing rain across the northwest suburbs as we speak. Now, our temperatures are currently just above freezing for most areas, but tonight we're going to continue to see that rain and then transition into snow tomorrow. Those details coming up.
The federal government is putting the CTA on notice. You might see more police patrols on your rides.
If the CTA doesn't step up, it could lose federal funding. Casey Cronus is live downtown with the latest on this story. Casey?
And the head of the Federal Transportation Administration says the city and state have failed to meet their obligation to riders. A new ultimatum, or special directive as they're calling it, came in the form of a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker yesterday. It specifically points to the horrific attack on the Blue Line last month, where a man who had a lengthy criminal history set a 26-year-old woman on fire. She is still recovering from severe injuries. According to the letter, assaults against riders have surged 150% in the last 5 years. Federal officials are now ordering the CTA to come up with an enhanced security plan by December 15th and implement it by the 19th. The CTA says it will respond by the deadline. Mayor Brandon Johnson addressed the government's warning today, as did 42nd Ward Alderman Brendan Riley.
The feeling and the emotion and the experience of having crime occur on our public transportation system is certainly detrimental to our city as a whole.
The problem here is that the CTA is not safe, especially the red line and blue line. We've seen some horrific events in recent weeks, and I think that that could have been easily prevented by having a greater commitment from CTA to actually have police officers occasionally walk through train cars. Simply putting security guards on platforms is not enough.
The FTA has not yet said just how much funding it might withhold from the CTA if they fail to meet these demands. We've also reached out to Chicago police, asking what their role will be in these enhanced safety measures. Reporting live downtown, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Casey. Chicago Mayor Johnson has not given up on plans to charge companies a head tax here in the city next year.
Only now he's targeting companies with more than 500 employees. Scott Snyder is in the newsroom with details. Scott?
Yeah, Terrence and Sylvia, last month, more than 24 alders sent a message to Mayor Johnson when they voted no to his initial plan that included a head tax to pay for his safety initiatives. And today, the mayor continues to face pushback, with the chief concern being that businesses will opt to leave the city rather than be forced to pay a head tax. Now, in his revised budget plan, which he released today, the mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies in Chicago, $33 per employee, as opposed to his original plan, which would have hit companies with over 100 employees with a $21 head tax. The mayor believes if Chicago is going to draw future business here, his head tax is key to keeping people safe.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course, mental health care for our first responders.
19th Ward Alderman Matt O'Shea is among the most vocal critics of the mayor's head tax. At a news conference today, he was quick to point out that existing tax revenues generated from businesses downtown continue to struggle post-pandemic. And he calls the mayor's new spin on the head tax a gimmick that will ultimately be a job killer.
These are the very employers who provide stable jobs, invest in our neighborhoods, and help drive Chicago's long-term economic growth. This sends the wrong message at the wrong time that Chicago is not open for business.
Tonight at 6:30, political reporter Paris Schutz will have more on all the City Hall drama, including a conversation with the mayor's budget director.
Cook County property tax bills are due Monday, December 15th. Some homeowners might miss the deadline.
Taxes rose for more than 1.2 million homes. That's about 80% of properties. In Chicago, the median property tax bill went up by 16.7%, the largest percentage increase in at least 3 decades. The hardest hit area is West Garfield Park, where bills jumped roughly 133%. Last night, outraged residents voiced their frustrations during a fiery town hall meeting, and this morning, faith leaders called for a full rollback of property taxes.
I mean, some people are going to lose their homes because of their inability to pay $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. One woman says she has to pay as much as $11,000.
Right. And it's not just the land. We have too many people that are hungry. Too many people going to shelters overnight, and they got to wander all day to figure out where they're going to be warm at night, and standing in line at 9 p.m. to go to a shelter that may or may not be able to still feed you.
The Cook County Board of Review is reopening tax appeals for 24 townships' future bills following these dramatic increases. There will be an assistance event tonight at Broadway Armory Park. The details are there on your screen, and that event runs from 5 until 8 p.m. Homeowners are encouraged to bring their property index number, which can then be found on their property bill.
Stocks ended mixed as the Fed's two-day meeting started. Investors expect the Fed to cut interest rates by a 1/4 percentage point. That's what CME data says, at least. But investors also think the Fed might send a hawkish signal. That means the Fed could warn about fewer cuts in 2026. President Trump is testing his claims about fixing affordability issues at a rally tonight in Pennsylvania. Rebecca Castor has a look ahead.
My agenda is affordability.
And how we can ensure deeper levels of affordability.
The president has been lying about affordability, has been lying about the impact of his policies.
Affordability is the new buzzword Democrats are using to keep voters laser focused on the economy. But President Trump is pushing back on claims his policies aren't working.
I inherited a total mess.
prices were at an all-time high. When I came in, prices are coming down substantially.
Tonight, the president is taking his economic message on the road to swing state Pennsylvania to make sure voters know what he's doing to bring costs down.
Everything from gasoline to groceries, and the president's doing every day. He is impressing upon us the need to keep pushing forward.
Trump has also worked to lower prescription drug prices, declared no taxes on tips and overtime, and pressed the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. But Democrats point out home prices and health care are still unaffordable for most.
Tonight, Donald Trump will throw a barrel of hay into the audience and tell them it's spun gold. But the American people know he's lying, because everywhere they look, prices are going up and up.
One thing that would help many Americans, another interest rate cut, which is expected to come Wednesday when the Federal Reserve wraps up its final meeting of 2025. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox 32 Chicago.
Since ICE agents left Chicago mid-November, many neighborhoods impacted by those raids and increased enforcement are still feeling the after effects.
Leslie Moreno went back to Little Village to see how local businesses are doing now. Leslie, what are you hearing?
Hey guys, good evening. Yeah, much completely different scene out here compared to just a couple months ago. Back then, business owners said foot traffic had dropped. Families were too scared to leave their homes, and the entire area just felt on edge. Tonight, many of them saying things are slowly picking back up, but the impact didn't just happen overnight. When federal agents left, some store owners along 26th Street here say they're finally seeing more families shopping and eating out again, something they didn't see much of when ICE agents were regularly stationed in the area. Others say the damage was deeper than they expected, with weeks of lost revenue and customers who still feel hesitant. And while the heavy enforcement presence is gone, many say they're still feeling the emotional and financial aftershocks.
There's days that we have seen on the weekends more so people come out and support, which is good. It's helped with business, but we've also seen days where it still hasn't changed. You know, there's a lot of families that's still scared to come out, especially I think they sometime this week they heard there were rumors back out again, so they just kind of went back into hiding again.
And business owners and community members here as well are hoping the holidays will help them fully recover, and they want people to know that Little Village is safe, they're open and ready to welcome customers back again. For now, reporting live here in Little Village, Leslie Moreno, Fox 32 Chicago.
Thank you, Leslie. Governor Pritzker just signed a bill that changes immigration enforcement in Illinois.
He says this law is a big deal because of how the Trump administration handled immigration. The bill expands sanctuary protections in the state. It stops civil immigration arrests at state courthouses. It also limits what hospitals, colleges, and daycares can tell immigration authorities. People can now sue federal immigration agents if they think their rights are violated. The law was passed in October during Operation Midway Blitz. That was, of course, the big immigration crackdown that caused thousands of arrests and fights between residents and agents.
We know that this new set of laws can't mitigate all of the harm, but it gives us new protective tools and is a symbol of our shared action against those terrorizing our communities and our state.
These changes start right away, but Republican State Senator John Kern thinks the U.S. Supreme Court might overturn the law.
A special surprise for some Burke Elementary School students. They were at the Bessie Coleman branch of the Chicago Public Library today, learning about leadership qualities when a very special guest came in. Take a look. Yep, that's former President Barack Obama. He stopped by to read them the book, Flying Free, How Bessie Coleman's Dreams Took Flight. The event was a sneak peek into the storytime programming that's going to be offered at the library branch, coming to the Obama Presidential Center next June.
A woman with disabilities is demanding answers. The elevator in her building has been working for months, and there's no sign it will be fixed soon.
Why that woman says she feels like a prisoner. The clock is ticking on Capitol Hill. What happens this week as leaders are running out of time to come to an agreement on Affordable Care Act subsidies? A federal judge grants the release of records in the sex trafficking case against Ghislaine Maxwell, the longtime confidant of Jeffrey Epstein. The ruling in the wake of the passage last month of the Epstein Files Transparency Act means the records could be made public by the end of next week. The law requires the Justice Department provide Epstein-related records to the public in a searchable format by December 19th. And the pretrial hearing for Luigi Mangione continued for a 6th day. And today, one of the officers who helped arrest him took the stand. Mangione is accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City last year. Altoona police officer Stephen Cox took the stand. He says Mangione was not making eye contact with officers and gave a fake name when he was apprehended. The officer then says he told him he was under a police investigation, read him his Miranda rights, and then frisked him. Mangione's attorneys are attempting to exclude critical evidence from the trial because they argue officers questioned him before reading him his Miranda rights.
Senator Dick Durbin introducing a bipartisan legislation to protect children from online predators. It's called the Ending Coercion of Children in Harm Act Online. The law would charge anyone who coerces minors to harm themselves. It comes after reports about the 764 group, which the FBI says pushes teens to live stream violence or self-harm. Durbin introduced the bill alongside an Iowa senator. Durbin says a lot more needs to be done to protect children.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee, but when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
Dan Placco reported on the 764 group a couple months ago. You can find the story on our website, fox32chicago.com.
The Senate is set to vote on a Democratic health care proposal this week and is part of that deal that ended the government shutdown. But without Republican support, it's not expected to pass. Obamacare subsidies are expiring at the end of the year. These COVID-era tax breaks kept health care costs low during the pandemic, and without them, millions of Americans could see their premiums skyrocket. Democrats want a 3-year extension, but Republicans say it's time to come up with a new plan.
We don't have one yet, but we're going to get one very soon. In our conference meeting, we were imploring the leadership to make sure that there is one cohesive plan that we can all get behind.
The question Republicans face this week is very simple. Will they support our bill and lower people's premiums, or will they block our bill and send premiums through the roof?
The Senate is expected to vote on the Democrats' plan Thursday. Without an extension, Illinois families that use the ACA Act can expect a jump of about 78% in their premiums next year. So to put that into dollars and cents, the average will go from $260 to $464 per month.
The new congressional map in Indiana might get a final vote this week. The Senate plans to vote on Thursday. The House-approved map splits Indianapolis into 4 districts. Those districts spread into Republican-leaning areas. It also combines East Chicago with Gary with a large rural region. The map eliminates the only 2 Democrat-held districts. Some think the Supreme Court could overrule this law. And in Missouri, opponents of Trump's redistricting plan want a statewide referendum. They demand a public vote before any changes happen. The president wants Republicans to redraw maps before the midterm elections.
Look at that. No snow on the bean. It's been a few days, right?
It has.
We're going to be getting more coming this way, though. We'll see that snow cover soon enough.
It's not going to take too long to get here. So we have precipitation out there right now, mainly in the form of rain, a little bit of freezing rain, some sleet beginning to show up across the far northwest suburbs. For those of you near and north of I-88, we have to be on the lookout for icing concerns throughout the next few hours. Ground temperatures still at or just below the freezing mark across Lake and McHenry counties. For those of you in northern DeKalb, northern Kane County, northern DuPage County, northern Cook County, we could be seeing a little bit of icing concerns as well. But temperatures are going to continue to rise throughout the evening. So eventually, we are all going to be above the freezing mark tonight, mainly looking at rain later on. But then all of this rain, that's going to be transitioning over to snow going into your Wednesday morning. So your Wednesday morning commute is going to have wind whip snow. We're going to have northwesterly winds gusting as high as about 40 miles per hour, so reduced visibilities and pretty snowy conditions for your Wednesday morning commute. Currently, we have temperatures that are above freezing near and south of 90 for the most part, with the exception being DeKalb at 32, 31 in Woodstock, 32 degrees in Waukegan. And again, these temps really going to be key over the next few hours as that precipitation begins to build in. So freezing rain concerns, that's going to last for a few more hours. And then eventually tonight, we're all warming above the freezing mark. We're going to have rain moving through, brief heavier downpours too, a little bit of sleet mixing in. And then tomorrow morning, notice by about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, we have snow overspreading the area, possibly still mixing with a little bit of rain closer to the lakefront. But overall, it looks like our totals are going to be around a ½ inch for a lot of us. So not a big snowmaker, but it is coming at a really inconvenient time, again, during that Wednesday morning commute. So plan ahead that it's likely going to be a slow and snowy commute tomorrow, and then falling temperatures are expected through the day. We'll wake up in the 30s, but we're going to drop into the 20s during the day. 5-day forecast for you. Jumping ahead to Thursday, we have a chance for snow arriving late Thursday, more so during the evening, the overnight, and then that's going to last into Friday. High temperatures near 29, and then over the weekend, it gets very cold. We'll have high temperatures around 14 degrees on Saturday. Another chance of snow, of course, the Bears game, that's going to be on Sunday. And take a look at those temperatures. We're only warming up to about 11 degrees on Sunday afternoon. Fortunately, we stay dry, but any tailgaters out there in the morning need to be prepared for temperatures right around 0. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Emily. A Chicago City Council member wants to take another shot at instituting roaming curfews. This is all coming after a teen takeover led to a deadly shooting in the Loop last month.
Why he says this new proposal is different from other ones.
Some gate changes are coming to O'Hare. We'll explain.
And the cool way Bears players made people smile today.
Christmas just more than 2 weeks away, and Metro is joining the push to ensure every child has a gift to unwrap. Today, commuters were challenged to donate new, unwrapped toys for the Marine Corps' Toys for Tots drive. And this is the 14th year that Metra has partnered with this campaign. Toys collected will stay in the area. If you would still like to donate or request a toy for your child, you can visit toysfortots.org. Well, the Bears brought big wins to fans on the field.
And today they brought joy off the field. The team served hot meals to more than 100 residents at Booth Manor. Each person got a meal and a winter hat. Bears tight end Cole Kmet and his teammates did the serving.
We're kind of in a bubble this time of year with going into Hallis, and we put our work in, we go to game days, and it seems like it kind of like Groundhog Day every single week. But this kind of lets you step out and reflect and really realize how fortunate we are to do what we do, getting to play football for a living. So any way we can help out the community it's always very special.
The team partnered with the Salvation Army. They donated thousands of dollars to make this event happen.
And dozens of shelters across the city will now have a hot meal to serve families in need this holiday season. That's thanks to Home Run Inn. It donated 5,000 pizzas to 30 local homeless shelters this morning. Every year, they team up with the city's Department of Family and Support Services to host Miracle on 31st Street. One shelter says the giveaway helps them make a big difference every year.
We've been blessed with all these years, especially with the hard times during COVID and every Christmas, knowing that we can come here faithfully and get supported by DFS with the pizzas. It's epic.
Home Run Inn says that it enjoys sharing the pizzas to help families in their community.
A local woman says she feels trapped in her own home.
She has physical disabilities, and the elevator in her building hasn't been working for months. That woman's push for answers coming up next.
It's starting the day with hope, knowing you're in the right place, having access to advanced treatments and the most experienced cancer experts. When you're facing cancer, it's not just one thing that makes the difference. It's everything, the big, the small, the unexpected, that helps you keep moving forward. Advocate Healthcare, cancer care that makes the difference.
A local woman is demanding answers after the elevator in her building has been working for months.
A Chicago City Council member with a new curfew proposal to try to stop those violent teen takeovers.
Big gate changes are coming to O'Hare, while you will have more options if you fly American.
And just into the newsroom, incredible citizen footage of a semi on fire on the Stevenson Expressway. Take a look at this fire. This is just north of the Damon exit. At one point, all southbound lanes had to be shut down, but at least one is now open, we are told. No word on any injuries, but you can imagine here we are in the midst of the commute right now, and that is creating some major problems. We're going to keep an eye on this for you. Right now, let's take a look at your forecast as we take a live look at a beautiful shot of the river. Much nicer than what we were just looking at, huh?
Ho, ho.
Yeah, how about that?
Love the green and red this time.
Yeah, everybody's all getting ready for the holidays, Emily.
Yes, they are. And we're starting to see a little bit of melting out there. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but on the sidewalks that have previously been just kind of like coated in ice.
I put my nice shoes in puddles today.
Yes, I actually wore real shoes, not snow boots, when I went out to lunch earlier today. So it felt like an accomplishment.
Progress.
Yes, progress, because those temperatures today, they have been above the freezing mark for the last few hours for most areas. But for those of you in the far north, northwest suburbs, you still have temperatures that are right around 32 degrees, a couple spots just below that. So with precipitation beginning to build in, we are at risk of seeing some freezing rain. So icing concerns going to exist for a few more hours across the northwest suburbs. Then tomorrow, we have a chance of widespread snow that's going to be here during the Wednesday morning commute. Another snow chance Thursday night into Friday, and then another snow chance going into this weekend on Saturday. Your radar right now, again, what I want you to focus on here is this pink shading here. That's the stuff that we don't want to see. That's the risk of freezing rain. So again, icing concerns across the northwest suburbs, near and north of I-88 is where we're most concerned about. Temperatures going to drop down to about 32 by daybreak. Then we're down into the 20s during the day on Wednesday. Thursday and Friday gets even colder. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Emily. A suburban woman says she feels trapped in her own home after the elevator in her apartment building went down 3 months ago.
She says her disability makes it nearly impossible to get around. Tia Ewing is back from Riverdale. You spoke with her today.
I did. Now, you both live in a place, right, where you can go up and down, right, the stairs, and you have the ability to do so. But imagine not being able to do that. That is the case for Joyce Isom. She lives on the second floor. The building has 3. She's on a walker and can't go up and down the stairs with the elevator out and the intercom broken. She's hoping that speaking out will push management to do something.
So the directory doesn't work either?
Not from my apartment.
Oh, no, they need to fix this. That's horrible.
Joyce Isom called Fox Chicago hoping we could get her some answers.
I have to go downstairs to open the door for people.
Not only has the intercom been down,
Nothing.
so has the elevator. It's been out of service for 3 months.
I have arthritis. I have a disability with my legs. I also have something wrong with my back.
Isom moved to Whistler Crossing in Riverdale, she says, for the amenities and because her apartment is just feet away from the elevator.
Don't you think you should have a working elevator for $900?
Yeah, that's why I came here. That's exactly why I'm here, so that I can have a way to get up and down the stairs that's comfortable for me, and then I can keep moving.
But because of her disability and with no safe way in or out, Isom says her life has been put on hold.
My disabilities come with a lot of pain.
Holston Management, which runs the complex in the 137th block of South Low, has sent Isom 4 letters about the elevator. The first, dated October 9th, said an inspection and investigation were underway and advised residents to use the stairs. Some residents may be able to walk up and down, but Isom can't.
What do those letters say?
They say that we're waiting on the parts to come in for the elevator. All of them say that.
Other letters said a new door and parts had been ordered. The latest notice came December 1st, and it said more parts were needed because the elevator suffered significant damage during an emergency rescue.
So if there was a fire, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know how I react.
We reached out to Holston Management by email and by phone.
The company is based in Chicago. I was able to leave a voicemail for the president.
What's going on over at Whistler Crossing? If you can give me a call back, Mr. Holston, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you and have a great day.
Joyce Isom says she's telling her story, hoping it gives management the push it needs to get this elevator moving again.
I feel like a prisoner.
Can't even imagine right now. I did get a call from the president, Peter Holston, and this is what he had to say. We know the elevator outage at Whistler's Crossing has gone on for far too long, and we are embarrassed by the delay. A service call is scheduled today to confirm when the parts will arrive. We will keep residents updated, including on rent refunds. So as of right now, I am waiting for a call back. I've talked to him 2 times to hear exactly a date on when these repairs will happen. Of course, we'll keep you updated on this story. Terrence and Sylvia, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Tia Ewing getting answers. A Chicago City Council member wants to try again to stop teen takeovers downtown with temporary roving curfews.
Today, he is out with a new ordinance proposal that he says is not a snap curfew, but could have prevented the killing in the Loop last month.
Political reporter Paris Schutz is here with exclusive details. Paris?
Yeah, Sylvia and Terrence, 2nd Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins is taking another crack at this curfew idea. This latest proposal would give police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of the day to curb teen group violence. And he says this is different than that quote-unquote snap curfew.
Hopkins' previous proposal would have given police 30 minutes to declare a curfew at any time or place. This time, he's proposing what he calls a, quote, time and place curfew that would give police 12 hours to declare a curfew and notify the public.
You would need at least 12 hours from the time a decision is made to impose a temporary time and place curfew to the start time that curfew would take effect.
Hopkins' last proposal drew opposition from groups like the ACLU and Mayor Johnson. He says he compromised in the hopes that the mayor might support this version.
In most of the recent cases, since we've been having this curfew conversation, we've had at least 12 hours of notice from the time that the teens were attempting to organize a teen takeover. So we really didn't need the 30-minute window.
The revised proposal comes in the wake of last month's deadly shooting during a teen takeover in the Loop, after thousands were downtown for the annual tree lighting ceremony. He says police had more than 12 hours notice via looking at social media. The takeover was likely. He says his ordinance might have prevented the violence, noting that police stepped in and enforced the current 10 p.m. curfew to some effect that night.
They started making announcements about 20 minutes before they started enforcing the curfew. Some of the teens heard the announcements and decided to leave, which is exactly what we want. The ones that didn't, we wound up making curfew apprehensions. We did 18 curfew apprehensions starting at 10 o'clock that night when the police were allowed to, and that had a quelling effect on the violence. It actually worked.
Now, this latest proposal was just unveiled today. The mayor's office did not have an immediate response, saying they want to review it first. But Mayor Johnson has been cool to curfew proposals in the past. And you can catch this full interview tonight at 10 p.m. on the Chicago Report. Terrence?
You'll see more options at O'Hare if you fly with American Airlines. American is buying 2 gates from Spirit, which is in bankruptcy. This purchase will replace 2 of the 4 gates American lost in the city's annual gate reallocation. American has increased its flights at O'Hare by more than 20% this year. Spirit, on the other hand, has cut its flights in half.
A hospital in Hoffman Estates is getting national attention. U.S. News and World Reporting just naming Ascension St. Alexis one of the best maternity hospitals in the world. The ranking looked at things such as C-section rates, newborn health, and how hospitals address racial disparities among mothers and families. Ascension St. Alexius and Ascension St. Joseph Chicago also just earned spots on Forbes' inaugural list of the nation's top hospitals for 2026.
The Lori Children's Radiothon is back. You can help raise money for patients and their families.
Now, last year, more than $1 million was raised. Thursday's live broadcast will air over all of iHeart Chicago radio stations and will feature inspiring stories of medical breakthroughs, courageous patients, and brighter futures for children in need of care. All proceeds raised during the Radiothon will directly benefit life-saving research, assist families facing financial hardships, and provide critical care to more children.
What I love about this partnership we have with Lurie Children's is that the money raised stays right here in Chicago. Yes. There are a lot of families with these beautiful kids that spend, we were talking about this in the green room, spend many days and nights at this hospital. And we take it for granted sometimes that our daughter, Vera, is healthy and thriving after a year. And that's not necessarily the case for all parents. Right.
The iHeart Media Chicago and Lurie Children's Hospital Radiothon is this Thursday, December 11th, from 6 in the morning until 7 at night. We're going to be checking in live throughout the day during our newscasts and digital programming.
If you have any old furniture in your home, and I mean really old, you might want to get rid of it. It could have harmful chemicals that can make you sick.
The alarming health problems that you can have if you keep that furniture.
And for the first time in nearly 2 decades, the number of people moving out of here hasn't gone up. We'll explain.
I grew up.
An 84-year-old woman was seriously injured after a fire broke out at a condo building in Skokie Monday night. The fire was contained to a unit on the 3rd floor. The 4-story building contains 80 units and houses approximately 100 residents, all of whom have been allowed to return to their units, except for the one where that fire occurred. Your old furniture might be making you sick.
Research shows it can contain harmful chemicals. The Environmental Working Group says you could be exposing yourself to flame retardants in old foam furniture like sofas and chairs. These chemicals are linked to cancer, thyroid problems, preterm death, and lower IQ in kids. Experts say you should get rid of it.
A new study shows more families are choosing to stay in Illinois rather than moving to other states. The study conducted by Atlas Van Lines finds the number of people moving into Illinois is just about the same as those moving out. This is the first time in 17 years those numbers have been just about even. This year, 54% of Illinois residents moved out and 46% moved in. Atlas says fewer people could be leaving the state simply because they just can't afford it.
Charlie Kirk was the top search this year. His death caused a huge spike in searches. Next, was K-pop Demon Hunters, the Netflix hit that got everyone talking. Then came Labubu, the viral plush toy that everyone wanted. Apple's iPhone 17 was another big search trend. And then rounding out the top 5 was the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which was signed into law in July. Other notable surges include New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who made headlines. DeepSeek, the AI platform, also drew a lot of search interest. And finally, the government shutdown was a hot topic for searches.
Billboard names Dave Chappelle the greatest stand-up comedian of the last 25 years. Billboard crowned Chappelle #1 after polling top comedy bookers, festival directors, and industry insiders. The rankings focus strictly on stand-up, judging impact, consistency, and evolution on stage. Chris Rock and Louis C.K. rounding out the top 3. We are a little more than 2 weeks away from Christmas, but many of you are already putting up your decorations and probably had them up for a long time.
Why, one man's inflatables caused one Christmas Grinch to write a mean letter.
And Wintry Mix is moving in, bringing more snow and ice. Emily has the full forecast coming up next.
A new survey by Talker Research says most Americans want to hibernate this winter like a bear.
Yes, sir.
2/3 of people like the idea of staying cozy inside. Comfortable in my skin, cozy with who I am. Shout out to Beyonce. They plan to spend 56 of the 90 winter days just relaxing. You're looking at the top 6 ways people get cozy right there on your screen, curling up on the couch, layers of blankets, enjoying the quiet, sleeping in, making fresh tea, coffee, hot chocolate, and not leaving home.
How do you
Sylvia,
have time
Emily,
I was gonna
what else
say-
would you add to that list?
Yeah,
I mean,
something cozy.
I would add, I don't know, I just want
Watching
to
a Hallmark movie
I think
with the fireplace going.
Cuddling with little Maeve? Do you guys see that?
she's a good cuddler.
Okay.
I think what really, just struck me during that story there was 56 out of the 90 days. Who has 56 days to do whatever they want?
Right?
I want that.
I'm thinking like college kids who get like a winter
Yeah, that's
break.
true. They're home with their parents and
Yeah.
they're chilling on the couch while the mom's cooking everything and
Meanwhile,
waiting.
you know, I was just doing the math. I'm like, how many weekends do I have? How many is that in winter? And I'm like, it's not 56.
Not 56. No.
Oh man. Well, you know, being cozy sounds good.
I felt cozy today, honestly.
Yeah, it really wasn't bad. It was gusty out there, especially this morning. But you know, temperatures were in the 30s, and that's somewhere that we really haven't been much lately. So it actually felt mild.
Yeah,
dare I say. Yeah. Well, average for this time of the year is in the mid to upper 30s. So today we were actually very seasonable. But with the warmer temperatures and some precipitation rolling in, it's beginning to fall mainly as rain. But something that we're going to have to watch very closely here over the next few hours is the threat of freezing rain near and north of I-88. So if we zoom things in here, this pink shading here, that's what we don't like to see. So whenever you see pink on the radar, that's representing freezing rain or possibly some sleet mixing in, just kind of a messy wintry mix. That's what we are going to be at risk of for the next few hours across the northwest suburbs, closer to the Wisconsin state line through places like Harvard, over toward Antioch, Fox Lake, seeing some snowflakes coming down south of there. We are definitely warm enough for just plain old rain. But I wanted to show you the road temperatures because this is really what's going to be key throughout this evening. So areas that we've been able to warm above the freezing mark, road temperatures have followed suit. But it's taking a little bit longer across the far north and northwest. That's why we have those icing concerns for the next few hours. But temperatures tonight, they're not really expected to drop. So they're going to remain steady until about daybreak, and then we fall going through the day tomorrow. We're going to go from the 30s down into the 20s. So your 7-day forecast tomorrow, 36 degrees. We do have a chance of snow, especially in the morning. It's only going to be about a ½ inch of accumulation, but it's coming at a really inconvenient time. So plan ahead that your Wednesday morning commute's going to be snowy and slow. And then Thursday night into Friday, we have another wave of snow being possible. And then yet another one that's going to be here on Saturday with a high of 14 degrees. We're going down to -1 at O'Hare Sunday morning. Of course, the Bears play on Sunday. And it's going to be frigid out there at Soldier Field with high temperatures only near 11. We'll be right back.
Your go.
Did you know this? It turns out cats meow louder when greeting male owners compared to female. And apparently, there's a reason for this.
Why?
Yes, well, UST researchers used body cameras on cats so they could study how they behaved in the first few minutes after their human returned home. So what stood out, most of them, was how cats meow louder because men don't always listen. Forcing the cats to adjust their behavior to get attention.
I don't want to be sexist, but I'm just saying.
I don't want to be binary, but it's 2025. Let's move on.
It's true. It's true.
All right, trending now. Researchers have found the largest set of dinosaur footprints in the world. This will be in the next Jurassic Park. Watch.
Okay, a team of paleontologists announced the discovery of more than 16,000 dinosaur footprints in Bolivia's village of Toro Toro, which is home to a national park and is dubbed the land of dinosaurs. The area has long been famous for its giant monster-like footprints, but researchers say it has very little fossil evidence, possibly because of human disturbances or because dinosaurs were simply migrating through the region. But these footprints give them a rare look at behaviors they can't learn from bones alone.
So first, we started with one area, and then later on we found that these led into another area, and you could connect them all, and eventually we ended up with 9 different areas that are more or less all connected physically.
Well, the footprints, these are huge. They were discovered. They are a range of different sizes, though, which researchers say means dinosaurs as big as 33 feet tall were traveling with others as small as a chicken.
Okay. So
that's interesting.
How do you guys feel about those inflatable holiday decorations?
Love them.
Do you like them?
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you hate the ones at car dealerships.
Yeah, the one that...
Because they creep you out.
Yeah, that do all the movements. I could agree with that. Now, for Halloween, I actually took my family to this one in Hammond, that neighborhood that embraced the inflatable pumpkin craze. But this time, the decorations have a Grinch blowing hot air.
Yeah, a man went online. He shared an angry letter from a neighbor to take his, and this is a quote, tacky inflatables down, or else.
That's a Grinch for real.
For real. Before sharing the letter, a little background for you here. David Gooding says last year he accidentally ordered a 20-foot inflatable Santa. You see it right here, thinking it was only 4 feet. Now, instead of returning it, which, you know, could be a process, a hassle, he decided to give it to a friend, get it a friend, a 20-foot inflatable snowman. So it's 2 of them now if you're doing the math, because I'm not. Long after the installation, he got this letter you see on the right side, reading in part, "I live down the road and I am absolutely horrified by your giant inflatables you have put outside your property. They look cheap, tacky," I'm trying to read it like a Karen, "and completely out of place on our quiet street." It goes on to say, "This display is offensive to the neighborhood and shows zero respect, mister," it doesn't say mister, "for the community. It is signed an unhappy neighbor." Now, some comments online suggest Goodings buy more inflatables. Buy more inflatables in response to his Grinch.
That Grinch had good handwriting. I have to give him that credit.
Was it? I didn't look
at the handwriting was
too good.
Pristine. I'll give him that.
Oh, yeah, if I were him, I would buy even more inflatables.
Just do a family.
Mrs. Claus, a snowman, a candy cane.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay.
Oh, so you would be the person who wrote the letter?
No. I'm just saying that, you know, I don't know. There's rules to everything. Who knows? Maybe that person was just having a bad day, but I wouldn't go as far as to write somebody about that. Now, that's ridiculous.
That's crazy, yes.
That right there, I do not agree with.
That is not Mr. Gooding's home.
That's overkill. Okay.
Hello, Kitty.
All right, well, an unusual sight on the south coast of Great Britain. Shipping containers, mostly carrying bananas, were seen washed ashore on a beach. The British Coast Guard said they had fallen off of a cargo ship the day before. 16 containers went overboard, with 8 carrying bananas, 2 carrying plantains. I love me some good old plantains. And 1 carrying avocados. Those are good, too. And the other 5 being empty. The Coast Guard said you can see the bananas on the shore. Fire and rescue crews, they had to cordon off that area and urge people not to approach those containers.
So apparently, because I was reading an article about this, there were like cops waiting around too, because people were going to go pick up bananas and they were stopping the people from picking up the bananas that are washed up.
They're going to probably go to waste anyway, though. They probably aren't going to sell those to people, so let them just have them.
There are things that I could say that I should say, but I should not, and I won't.
No, you don't.
But I will say, thanks for watching the news at 4.
Yes, here's Sylvia and Scott now.
Don't steal the bananas, guys.
All right, thanks, you two. Now at 5, Christmas, of course, right around the corner, and one church is trying to ensure that every kid has a present to open. However, tonight, they're asking for your help.
The CTA facing a stern warning, step up security or lose federal funding.
And it's not exactly a snap curfew, but it is something similar. Alderman Brian Hopkins sharing his latest push to curb teen takeovers exclusively with Fox Chicago. Thank you for joining us at 5. I'm Scott Schneider.
And I'm Sylvia Perez in for Dawn this evening.
All right, let's start with the weather, because for you folks who are driving into work tomorrow, you're going to want to hear what Emily has to say. After a couple of calm days, we're back into the throes of winter.
Yeah, we're back in the thick of it here. So outside right now, so before we can even get to the snow tomorrow morning, we have to deal with a little bit of freezing rain in some portions of the area. For those of you that are near and north of I-88, if I zoom the radar in here, you can see this thin band of pink showing up. Whenever you see this pink shading on the radar, that's the color that you just don't want to see, because that's freezing rain. It's a wintry mix, and it's just kind of the worst kind of driving conditions that we're going to be seeing there. Now, the reason for this is that temperatures across the northwest suburbs are still holding steady right around that freezing mark. So your ground temperatures, the road temperatures, are still at or just below freezing, where you see this darker shade of blue. Everywhere else farther to the south, as temperatures have warmed today, the road temperatures have as well. And we have rain in your forecast throughout this evening. That's going to continue through tonight. And then tomorrow morning, that's when we start to get much colder. So the rain, that's going to transition over to snow, and it's going to be a snowy Wednesday morning commute for you. It's also going to be very gusty. We'll have northwesterly winds, gusting as high as about 40 miles per hour. So just really unpleasant conditions tomorrow morning. We'll have those falling temperatures through the day, and then it gets frigid going toward the weekend. Those details coming up. Sylvia.
Thanks, Emily. Just into the newsroom, incredible citizen footage of a semi on fire on the Stevenson Expressway. This is just north of the Damon exit. At one point, we are told all southbound lanes did have to be shut down, but now one lane is open. No word on any injuries, but as you can imagine, it's right in the thick of the evening commute, so it's causing some major problems as we look at the backup there. We'll keep you posted on what's happening. Opening statements today in the federal civil rights trial involving a man shot by police on the CTA. The case centers on Ariel Roman. He was shot by former officer Melvina Bogard during a struggle in 2020 at Grand Station. She tried issuing him a citation first. Criminal charges were brought against her later. She was acquitted of aggravated battery and misconduct. However, COPA found that shooting violated department policy and says it was unjustified.
Meantime, riders may soon see more police patrols on both CTA trains and also on buses.
The federal government is demanding a series of changes to make Chicago's public transit system safer. Casey Cronus is live downtown with details on this story. Casey?
The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum: make those changes or risk key federal funding. It came in the form of a special directive written in a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker. It specifically points to the horrific attack on the Blue Line last month, where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. She is still recovering from severe injuries. According to the letter, assaults against riders have surged 150% in the last 5 years. Federal officials are now ordering the CTA to come up with a new security plan by December 15th and implement it by the 19th. The CTA says it will respond by that deadline. Governor J.B. Pritzker is pushing back, while 42nd Ward Alderman Brendan Riley says he doesn't often agree with President Trump, but on this topic, he's on board.
This is the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
The federal government hasn't revealed just how much it might end up withholding. We've also reached out to the Chicago Police Department asking what their role might be in this plan, but haven't yet heard back. Reporting live in River North, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
West Side residents are outraged over soaring property taxes. Clergy members in the area now asking for a full rollback as homeowners continue to grapple with high bills in the midst of the holiday season. The Cook County Treasurer's Office reporting the median property tax bill in Chicago has gone up a whopping 16.7%. That is the biggest percentage increase in at least 3 decades. Treasurer Maria Pappas pointing out that lower income neighborhoods are seeing the largest increases, with West Garfield Park residents experiencing a roughly 133% increase and North Lawndale neighbors seeing about a 99% increase.
Some people are going to lose their homes because of their inability to pay $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. One woman says she has to pay as much as $11,000.
And it's not just the land. We have too many people that are hungry. Too many people going to shelters overnight and they got to wander all day to figure out where they're going to be warm at night, and standing in line at 9 p.m. to go to a shelter that may or may not be able to still feed you.
Now, relief is available. The Cook County Board of Review reopening 24 townships for 2025 appeals. There will be an assistance event tonight. That's taking place at the Broadway Armory Park. The details are on your screen. This event runs from 5 p.m. until tonight at 8, and homeowners are encouraged to bring their property index number. If you're wondering where that is, you can find it on your property bill. Even though Midway Blitz has been significantly slimmed down, as we've reported, Governor Pritzker is still taking steps to protect immigrants.
Terrence is here with the latest on a law that he just signed. T.
Yeah, Scott and Sylvia, it takes effect immediately as well. The law shields people from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and daycares. It also allows people to sue federal immigration agents if they feel their rights were violated. Governor Pritzker says this is also about sending a message to the president, Kristi Noem, Gregory Bovino, and anyone else, he says, who tries to terrorize the people of Illinois.
No one, and I mean no one, is above the law, especially those wearing a badge representing the law. Our communities have experienced real tragedy over these past months. It has been a time of extraordinary grief, but it has also been a time where Illinoisans have demonstrated our extraordinary capacity for kindness and compassion. We have seen neighbors risk their own safety to protect one another.
More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz. Data on those from early September through mid-October showed only 15% of those people had criminal records. Most of those arrested had traffic offenses, misdemeanors, or non-violent felonies. Sylvia.
Thank you, T. Well, most of the ICE agents left Chicago mid-November, but still many neighborhoods impacted by those raids and increased enforcement are still feeling the after effects.
Yeah, that includes Little Village. Leslie Moreno went back there to see how local businesses are faring now. So, Leslie, what are they telling you?
Hey guys, good evening. Yeah, much different scene out here compared to just a couple months ago. Back then, business owners said foot traffic had dropped. Families were too scared to leave their homes, and the entire area just felt on edge. Tonight, many of them saying things are slowly picking back up, but the impact didn't just disappear when federal agents left. Some store owners here along 26th Street say they're finally seeing more families shopping and eating out again, something they didn't see much of when ICE agents were regularly stationed in the area. Others say the damage was deeper than they expected, with weeks of lost revenue and customers who still feel hesitant. And while the heavy enforcement presence is gone, many say they're still feeling the emotional and financial aftershocks.
There's days that we have seen on the weekends more so people come out and support, which is good. It's helped with business. But we've also seen days where it still hasn't changed. You know, there's a lot of families that's still scared to come out. especially I think they sometime this week they heard that there were rumors back out again, so they just kind of went back into hiding again.
And the community here is hoping this holiday season will help them fully recover, and they want people to know that Little Village is open, safe, and ready to welcome back its customers. For now, reporting live here in Little Village, Leslie Moreno, Fox 32 Chicago.
Still ahead on the news at 5, there is a woman in the south suburbs who says she feels like a prisoner inside her own apartment.
The building's elevator has been broken for months, and now she is demanding answers.
Capitol Hill zeroing in on online sextortion and what it'll take to stop it.
I'm Luke Canellis. Hey, White Sox just hit the jackpot in baseball's draft lottery. ESPN's Greeny, he's ready to ride with the Bears all the way to the Super Bowl. And Notre Dame doesn't like the way they were played during the regular season.
These rankings, and I said it, so I'm repeating myself, but they can't be a game of musical chairs at a 5th grade birthday party. And that's what it felt like to us.
Woo! Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Bavacqua going after the College Football Selection Committee because of the weekly college football playoff show on ESPN. We'll hear more from Bavacqua later in sports.
It's been exactly a year since police in Pennsylvania arrested Luigi Mangione after a 5-day-long manhunt. The 27-year-old accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December right outside of a New York City hotel. And now he is sitting in a New York City courtroom for a pretrial hearing. Kaylee Schuyler joining us live from New York. And Kaylee, prosecutors are laying out new evidence they say helps explain what Mangione was thinking during that manhunt, right?
Yeah, Scott. So according to a note that prosecutors say police found on Mangione during the arrest, plucking his eyebrows was actually at the top of his to-do list. He also wrote that he wanted to buy black shoes, writing a white stripe was too distinctive. The note also said, quote, change hat. Prosecutors say Mangione also had a list of other reminders, one saying keep momentum, FBI slower overnight, and check reports for current situation. So it seemed like Mangione was watching the news during this manhunt. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to state and federal murder charges. This pretrial hearing is related to his state case. Mangione's defense team wants to throw out some evidence before the trial begins because they argue police didn't have a warrant to search his backpack and say officers didn't read Mangione his Miranda rights for about 20 minutes. But prosecutors say police didn't break any laws during the arrest.
I think ultimately, at the time that the officers confronted Luigi Mangione, they were under the belief, and correctly so, that they were confronting an alleged armed murderer. And so I think the judge has to parse apart some of the actions of the officers and the order of events. But ultimately, I think that the prosecution will still be able to retain this evidence.
Today in court, we heard from an Altoona police officer, and he talked about this day a year ago when they found Mangione in that McDonald's. The police officer said that he believed they had found the New York City shooter when they opened up the backpack and found a gun, and also realized that Mangione had fake IDs. In New York, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 32 Chicago.
A suburban woman says she feels trapped inside of her own home after the elevator in her apartment building went down 3 months ago. She says her disability makes it nearly impossible to get around. Tia Ewing, back from Riverdale with the story.
Yeah, and she says she keeps paying her rent despite all of these issues. Joyce Isom lives on the second floor. The building has 3. She's on a walker and can't go up and down the stairs with the elevator out and the intercom broken. She's hoping that speaking out will push management to actually do something.
So the directory doesn't work either? Not from my apartment. Oh, no, they need to fix this. That's horrible.
Joyce Isom called Fox Chicago hoping we could get her some answers.
I have to go downstairs to open the door for people.
Not only has the intercom been down,
nothing.
So has the elevator. It's been out of service for 3 months.
I have arthritis. I have a disability with my legs. I also have something wrong with my back.
Isom moved to Whistler Crossing in Riverdale, she says, for the amenities and because her apartment is just feet away from the elevator.
Don't you think you should have a working elevator for $900?
Yeah, that's why I came here. That's exactly why I'm here, so that I can have a way to get up and down the stairs that's comfortable for me. And then I can keep moving.
But because of her disability and with no safe way in or out, Isom says her life has been put on hold.
My disabilities come with a lot of pain.
Holston Management, which runs the complex in the 137th block of South Low, has sent Isom 4 letters about the elevator. The first, dated October 9th, said an inspection and investigation were underway and advised residents to use the stairs. Some residents may be able to walk up and down, but Isom can't.
What do those letters say?
They say that we're waiting on the parts to come in for the elevator. All of them say that.
Other letters said a new door and parts had been ordered. The latest notice came December 1st, and it said more parts were needed because the elevator suffered significant damage during an emergency rescue.
So if there was a fire, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know how I react.
We reached out to Holston Management by email and by phone. The company is based in Chicago. I was able to leave a voicemail for the president.
What's going on over at Whistler Crossing? If you can give me a call back, Mr. Holston, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you and have a great day.
Joyce Isom says she's telling her story, hoping it gives management the push it needs to get this elevator moving again.
I feel like a prisoner.
And I did get a call back from the president, Peter Holston, and this is what he had to say. We know the elevator outage at Whistler's Crossing has gone on for just far too long, and we are embarrassed by the delay. A service call is scheduled today to confirm when the parts will arrive. We will keep residents updated, including on rent refunds. As of right now, Mr. Holston told me that he's waiting for a timeline for all of this work to be completed. And of course, we will keep you updated as well. Tia Ewing, Fox Chicago.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are focusing on how to keep kids safe online. The Senate zeroing in on online sextortion. Today, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee got a first-hand account of how one teen took his own life after being harassed for more than 19 hours by a female predator.
She groomed him. Then she asked if he wanted to see her unclothed and exposed herself. She asked him to do the same. And like any innocent 17-year-old boy who liked a girl and saw no danger, he did.
Now, this hearing comes as Congress ramps up its oversight of big tech and its role in keeping children safe. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle agreeing more needs to be done outside of the hearings.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee. But when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
Ahead of the hearing, Senator Dick Durbin, who you just heard from, along with Senator Chuck Grassley, introduced a bipartisan package of 3 bills to address the issue, targeting weak sentencing laws, online criminal networks, and child sextortion. People across the mid-Atlantic waking up to snow and icy roads today after temps fell overnight. Now nearly a dozen states are at risk for severe weather this week. The National Weather Service says up to 14 inches of snow could fall across parts of the Midwest and through the mid-Atlantic through tomorrow. On the West Coast, they're getting one of those atmospheric rivers known as the Pineapple Express, and that is bringing soaking rain to Oregon and to Washington State. And yes, we've had a lot of snow recently. A program in Bolingbrook is helping those who have difficulty clearing it away from their homes. It's called the Snow Angel Program. People can go on the Snow Angel website and request that somebody in the neighborhood shovel outside their home. A lot of requests come from seniors, people with physical disabilities, and those experiencing financial hardship. The program began back in 2022. A village trustee came on Good Day Chicago to talk about how important the Snow Angel Program is.
As you can imagine, the cost of snow removal is not cheap. So when a senior finds out that there's a free program that they can sign up to where someone down the block is going to come over, shovel their driveway, shovel their sidewalks so kids can, walk to the school bus stop, and they don't have to feel guilty about their house being the only house on the block not shoveled, they're truly grateful for these true snow heroes, snow angels that have volunteered in this program.
And by the way, you can volunteer to become a snow angel on their website. The village says there are way fewer volunteers this year than last year. And once again, we talked about this yesterday, but we are on the precipice of actually surpassing all of last year's snow totals. I know we're talking about rain tonight, but then we get more snow tomorrow?
More snow tomorrow. We have another chance of snow Thursday night into Friday, followed by another chance of snow on Saturday. So I think by the end of this week, there's a pretty good shot that we're going to surpass the amount of snowfall that we received the entire season last year, the 2024-25 season. So yes, it's been a very snowy start to our winter so far, and it looks like there's really no end in sight for this weather pattern anytime soon. The radar right now, we are seeing some precipitation across the northwest suburbs, starting to see some of that rain coming down closer to Chicago, over into northwest Indiana now. Mainly rain, but at times we could be dealing with a little bit of freezing rain, maybe some sleet mixing in as well, because our temperatures are right at the freezing mark. So for those of you in Woodstock, right at 32 degrees, ground temperatures, your road temperature is still right around 31, 32 degrees. But as we progress through the overnight, notice that wind direction. That's going to bring in some slightly warmer air, so temperatures are going to stay in the 30s. We stay above freezing during the overnight. Rain is going to be the thing tonight, and then tomorrow morning, it is all about the snow. This is going to be a snowy Wednesday morning commute for you, and it's also going to get very gusty. I'll have your 7-day forecast coming up. We'll be right back.
raging fire sending people in one California town running into the streets to escape the flames. Check it out.
Really hope that he becomes a firefighter because he said that he had applied for the LA Fire Department, and really, truly, he is a hero. And, you know, a lot of times nowadays is people see things happening, right, and they'll just stop and film. And so it takes a lot of courage to save a little child.
So that's what they taught us. Nothing is important except your safety when when there is a fire.
Here's what happened. A 7-year-old girl managed to escape the burning home, but when she saw the fire, she froze in fear. An off-duty paramedic just happened to be visiting the family next door, so he ran through the falling embers, scooped that little girl into his arms, and got her to safety. Her mother says she will be forever grateful, calling his quick actions the only reason her little girl is safe.
So a little more than marching bands and floats at this year's annual Christmas parade in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Forget about Santa. There was, right here, that's a real live bear, a wayward black bear, the star attraction. And it's just strolling down the street with the parade people. And crowds gathered, they were loving it. They pulled out their phones, they were recording, taking selfies, you name it. The bear ended up just calmly strutting off into a parking lot, but not before one of the folks in attendance said, might as well call the bear the Grand Marshal.
An unusual traffic jam in San Francisco. 3 Waymo self-driving cars at a standstill on a residential street. 2 of the autonomous vehicles appear to have hit each other, while a 3rd Waymo pulled up beside them. Residents say the street is a dead end and the Waymos were blocking people from leaving.
You travel all over the world, Sylvia. Have you ever had In-N-Out Burger?
I have.
You know how awesome it is. Well, it's big in California, and
yes.
A viral trend has forced them to make a menu change. They're removing order number 67 from the system. Can you guess why?
Why?
67.
Oh, 67.
67.
I thought we were over
because
that.
it's become chaos.
Right.
So now orders go from 66 all the way to 68 because there's no more disruption.
Yeah, okay. A 90-year-old neurosurgeon is finally getting his college degree. David Kelly enrolled at the University of North Carolina in 1953 with enough credits to be a sophomore. 2 years later, he was admitted to UNC's School of Medicine through an accelerated program. At the time, he was 1 class shy of an undergraduate degree, but he started his career in neurosurgery instead. He always wanted to earn his degree. Wow. Fast forward 70 years. UNC determined his undergraduate record matched the 1955 requirements for a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry. So this Sunday, Kelly will take part in UNC's winter commencement, and his diploma will read Class of 1955.
Love that story.
Yeah. A Chicago church is trying to hand out thousands of presents to children, but it needs your help.
And the Chicago budget battle only heating up. Mayor Johnson once again pushing for a corporate head tax.
Make the
Now at the bottom of the hour, it is not just the snow that could be creating issues on the roads. Freezing rain could be moving in.
Does Chicago's curfew for teens need to be changed? An alderman is making a new push after a deadly teen takeover.
But first, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson hasn't given up on plans to charge companies a head tax here in the city next year.
Only now he is targeting companies with more than 500 employees.
In his revised budget plan, which he released today, the mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies in Chicago, $33 per employee, as opposed to his original plan, which would have hit companies with over 100 employees with a $21 head tax. The mayor believes if Chicago is going to draw future business here, his head tax is key to keeping people safe.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course...
The mayor insists that while the head tax will impact some of the most successful companies in Chicago, totaling billions of dollars in revenue, it is not a job killer. 19th Ward Alderman Matt O'Shea disagrees.
We face a job forecast in 2026 that will be the lowest since COVID. While downtown businesses continue to struggle to bounce back from the pandemic, which is diverting property taxes up in our neighborhoods.
Tonight at 6:30, political reporter Paris Schatz will have more on the City Hall drama, including a conversation with the mayor's budget director. But right now, he joins Sylvia and I to talk about Chicago's curfew.
So we want to talk about this because an alderman wants to take another shot at instituting that temporary roving curfew, which didn't work the first time. Now he's got another plan.
Yeah, he says just don't call it a snap curfew. The last proposal was met with resistance because some groups like the ACLU said it would violate people's First Amendment rights. But today, 2nd Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins is back with a new curfew proposal. He says it's not a snap curfew, but this proposal could have prevented the teen takeover that led to the killing in the Loop after the tree lighting ceremony last month. It would give the police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of day to curb teen group violence.
Hopkins' previous proposal would have given police 30 minutes to declare a curfew at any time or place. This time, he's proposing what he calls a, quote, time and place curfew that would give police 12 hours to declare a curfew and notify the public.
You would need at least 12 hours from the time a decision is made to impose a temporary time and place curfew to the start time that curfew would take effect.
Hopkins' last proposal drew opposition from groups like the ACLU and Mayor Johnson. He says he compromised in the hopes that the mayor might support this version.
In most of the recent cases, since we've been having this curfew conversation, we've had at least 12 hours of notice from the time that the teens were attempting to organize a teen takeover. So we really didn't need the 30-minute window.
The revised proposal comes in the wake of last month's deadly shooting during a teen takeover in the Loop, after thousands were downtown for the annual tree lighting ceremony. He says police had more than 12 hours notice via looking at social media. The takeover was likely. He says his ordinance might have prevented the violence, noting that police stepped in and enforced the current 10 p.m. curfew to some effect that night.
They started making announcements about 20 minutes before they started enforcing the curfew. Some of the teens heard the announcements and decided to leave, which is exactly what we want. The ones that didn't, we wound up making curfew apprehensions. We did 18 curfew apprehensions starting at 10 o'clock that night when the police were allowed to, and that had a quelling effect on the violence. It actually worked.
Now, the mayor's office did not have immediate comments suggesting they want the law department to review this new proposal, but they've been cool to curfew proposals in the past, citing the belief that it could lead to over-policing and their belief that it does not solve the problem of these teen gatherings.
All right, so Paris, the snap curfew proposal didn't get anywhere. What are the chances this one does?
Well, the mayor is not likely to support this, but all they would need is 34 votes to have a veto-proof majority. Already, Hopkins says one of the aldermen in opposition to the last proposal, Will Hall of the 6th Ward, is showing some interest in this one. So if he gets some more alders on board, and he's hoping that the difference between 30 minutes and 12 hours does the trick here. 30 minutes is a short period of time. 12 hours, a good amount of time for police to communicate to young people via social media or with a bullhorn outside that there will be a curfew let's say at like 8 o'clock here, and if you're unaccompanied, then you have to leave.
All right. Thanks, Paris.
Okay, so important information for commuters tomorrow as we take a live look at our magnificent skyline. You're going to want to allow for extra time, not just because of the precip, but we're looking at some gusty conditions, right?
Yes, very gusty conditions tomorrow. So we have a storm system that's moving through tonight. That's why we're starting to see some of those rain showers moving through. But then tomorrow, as colder air wraps into this storm system and the back edge of the precipitation moves through, we're going to see any leftover rain transitioning over to snow. And this is going to be right around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning that you see. I have the clock stopped here. Temperatures dropping down to near the freezing mark. And as far as accumulations go, this is only going to bring about a ½ inch for most areas. So a very quick hitter for a lot of us, but it's coming at a very inconvenient time. Again, during that Wednesday morning commute, blowing snow also going to be a concern, reducing those visibilities, northwesterly winds gusting as high as about 40 miles per hour. And tomorrow also is one of those backwards days. We wake up in the 30s and then we're going to drop into the 20s during the afternoon. And once you factor in that wind, those wind chill temps are very easily going to be in the single digits to teens. So your 3-day forecast tomorrow, falling temperatures, snow mainly during the morning. We have another chance of snow that's going to arrive Thursday night, lasting into Friday, but high temperatures late this week, only in the 20s.
All right. Thanks, Emily. For more than a decade, Another Chance Church of Chicago has been helping make sure every child has a present to open on Christmas.
This year, it needs your help to reach their goals. Now, we're going to tell you how you can lend a hand. Keep it here.
Christmas a little over 2 weeks away, and Metro is joining the push to ensure that every child has a gift to unwrap. So today, commuters were challenged to donate new unwrapped toys for the Marine Corps' Toys for Tots drive. This is the 14th year the Metro has partnered with the campaign. Toys collected will stay in the area. If you would still like to donate or request a toy for your child, visit toysfortots.org.
Good stuff. Meanwhile, another toy drive in Chicago does need your help.
Yeah, Terrence is back with how you can step in to help fill in the gap there, too.
And it won't take much, Scott and Sylvia. This is the 14th annual Operation Cover Chicago, which aims to hand out 30,000 toys to more than 5,000 kids. But it's still 9,000 toys short of that goal, and time is running out. The kids are supposed to start lining up on the 22nd to get their toys. For years, Operation Cover Chicago has been able to cover this all on their own, but Kenyatta Smith, the pastor of another Chance Church of Chicago, says their budget has been challenged this year. The toys they normally buy have gone up in price by as much as 70%. He's calling on people and corporations to step up in what he calls a 14th hour Santa moment to help the organization reach its goal.
We find that we need to get our mission out, our word out, that we need help. Last year we were able to take thousands of families around the city and the vicinities and change their narrative, give them hope. It wasn't just a toy, it was hope. Right now, that's in danger. Thousands of children around the city of Chicago may not get any gift for Christmas.
And if you don't have time to drop off a toy, you can make a donation, a gift idea, maybe make a donation in someone's name. All that information on Operation Change's Facebook page. $50 covers one child's gifts, $250 for a family of 5, and then $500 for a family of 10, Scott.
Great cause, Terrence. Thank you for that. A special surprise for the kids at Burke Elementary School. Some of them were at Bessie Coleman at the branch of the Chicago Public Library today. They were learning about leadership when a very special guest dropped in. Check it out. Yeah, it doesn't get much bigger than this. That's former President Barack Obama stopping by to read them the book Flying Free, How Bessie Coleman's Dreams Took Flight. This was a sneak peek into the Storytime programming that's going to be offered at the library branch coming to the Obama Presidential Center next June.
Thrilling for them, or at least for the parents anyway,
Yeah.
saying, wow, look at that.
Nice.
Okay, we could be seeing even more snow this evening and throughout the end of the week.
Yeah, chance for some freezing rain as well. Your commute tomorrow morning could be a slog. Emily has details after the break.
I'm Luke Ellis. Notre Dame still crying about being left out of the college football playoff. And many think their refusal to play in a bowl game is childish and even crazy. Even crazier is a grandpa who's been retired from the NFL and is coming back to try to rescue the Colts. And ESPN's Mike Greenberg, he might be the craziest of all. Wait till you hear what Greeny said about next season's Bears. Coming up next in sports.
Patrick.
We're following breaking news. At least one student has been killed, another critically wounded in a shooting near a residence hall at Kentucky State University, where police say a suspect was in custody and the campus is on lockdown. Kentucky State is a public, historically black university with some 2,200 students enrolled. This is a developing story. We'll stay on top of it and give you updates just as soon as they become available.
Here at home, we're tracking rain that's going to transition into snow tomorrow. So we have a lot to talk about in the weather department. Radar right now showing we have precipitation, especially across the northwest suburbs, kind of hugging that Wisconsin state line, and then down towards Chicago into northwest Indiana, also seeing some rain. But if we zoom things in, notice how we're seeing this pink shading showing up on the radar here. So whenever you see pink, that's representing typically freezing rain, a little bit of sleet mixing in, just kind of a wintry mess. That's what we could be seeing for the next few hours across the far northwestern sections, mainly near and north of I-88. But with temperatures continuing to warm up, that's good news for us, because overnight we're all going to transition to just plain old rain, and then we'll see some snow tomorrow morning. Road temperatures, whenever we're talking about a forecast like this, we have to talk about road temperatures, because this is going to be key for travelers. For those of you that find yourself across the northwest, where we have this really dark shade of blue, that's representing road temps that are right around 30, 31 degrees, so below that freezing mark. So any of that precipitation coming down, if surfaces are still untreated, secondary roads, sidewalks, things like that, it's going to become icy in the next few hours. However, temperatures in the next few hours will continue to rise. So we're now at freezing in Woodstock. We're up to 33 degrees in Waukegan. Farther to the south, that's where we're in the mid-30s now, and we're going to stay there throughout the overnight. In fact, a lot of us are going to be warming into the mid to upper 30s. And then temperatures are going to come back down tomorrow morning. So falling temperatures are expected for your Wednesday. And by morning, around the time of that morning commute, take a look at this. We have snow. So we're going to have widespread snow moving through tomorrow morning, right around daybreak, lasting through the mid to late morning hours, only bringing about a ½ inch of snow. So not a ton, but it's coming at a really inconvenient time. Again, we're going to have snow coming down during that morning commute. That's going to be in combination with northwesterly winds that are gusting as high as about 40 miles per hour. So that's drastically going to reduce your visibilities. 7-day forecast, 36 degrees for your high on Wednesday, because that's where we're going to be at midnight. But then we're going to be at 32 when we wake up tomorrow morning around daybreak, dropping into the 20s during the day. 20s for highs Thursday and Friday. Another system comes through Thursday night into Friday, followed by yet another system this weekend. And on Sunday for the Bears game, it is going to be frigid at Soldier Field. High temperatures only near 11. Lou.
Bears off today. They'll put playoff tickets on sale Thursday, but head coach Ben Johnson says his Bears will be a playoff team once they earn enough wins to become a playoff team. And a win over Cleveland is one they desperately need. I caught up with longtime friend Mike Greenberg from ESPN, and Greeny's all in on the Bears and their head coach.
Ben Johnson is the goods. I mean, he is so good. I love that he and LaFleur hate each other. There's nothing in the world better than that. You and I go back to Ditka and Forrest Gregg and all the rest of that. I love it. Like, good, healthy dislike between the Bears and the Packers is the best thing the Bears could possibly have. The Packers have been kicking the Bears' behinds forever. For Ben Johnson to go in there and say, I'm not kissing their rings, we're here to beat those guys, and go in there and almost do it at Lambeau, and they're going to beat them at Soldier Field a week from Saturday. And there is no team, not one team in the NFL, whose future I would trade for the Bears right now. And if they can make a couple of moves on defense, I can tell you right now, the Bears are going to be a very sexy pick to win next year's Super Bowl.
Oh, I love Greeny. Make sure you check out Chicago Sports Tonight Daily. You can see my full interview with Greeny on Fox32Chicago.com and on the Fox 32 YouTube page. First and North tonight, streaming on Fox Local at 6 and here on Fox 32 at 9:30.
Any extra satisfaction with this?
No, absolutely not. It was just, I mean, it's Packers Bears.
He's lying.
I know he is, Dan.
I had him hooked up. Look, this is my lie detector. That thing's going crazy. Look at that.
Those coaches were talking about this thing ever since Ben Johnson made that comment in his introductory press conference almost a year ago. They kept it all internal. They said, let's not make a big deal of this. There's no question that there was an incredibly high degree of satisfaction in that Packers coaching room about this victory.
Bears-Packers rivalry is back. Reminds me of the dislike that Forrest Gregg and Mike Ditka had for each other, right? More on the renewed rivalry and everything around the division tonight on Fox 32 at 9:30. You can catch it early on Fox Local as well. Hey, Colts are turning to a 44-year-old to save their season. Yeah, Indy signing Phillip Rivers to their practice squad after starting quarterback Daniel Jones tore his Achilles. Rivers just became a grandfather, has 10 children. He's been retired for 5 years. Maybe he can find the fountain of youth in Indy. He's an 8-time Pro Bowler who has thrown for over 63,000 yards. All right, first Notre Dame's left out of the college football playoff. Now head coach Marcus Freeman's the betting favorite to become the Giants' new head coach in the NFL. Notre Dame's athletic director, Pete Bavacqua, says he'll push to keep Freeman, making him one of college football's highest-paid coaches. And Bavacqua is still hot about the way he was treated and Notre Dame was treated by the ACC and snubbed by the committee.
These rankings, and I said it, so I'm repeating myself, but they can't be a game of musical chairs at a 5th-grade birthday party. And that's what it felt like to us. Well, we were definitely being targeted. And for better or for worse, we have a different relationship with the ACC than any other team in college football other than the teams that are in the ACC. And the ACC does wonderful things for Notre Dame, but we bring tremendous football value to the ACC. And we didn't understand why you would go out of your way to try to damage us in this process. Like, I'm not going to be overly dramatic here, right? But it strained the relationship.
Yeah, that it did. Hey, White Sox won the golden ticket in the Major League Baseball lottery, landing the #1 pick. 1977, the last time the Sox had the top pick. They struck gold back then with Hall of Famer Harold Baines, who actually represented the Sox at the lottery tonight.
It's an honor. I mean, it's a huge responsibility. And, you know, our group, I mean, I'm just so happy for everyone, quite honestly. And, you know, going into this whole thing, you know, you kind of prepared for all different scenarios emotionally. But, man, I can't understate how big of a deal this is. And a chance to really, you know, walk away from a draft class and do some damage, you know, bring in some real talent. So,
yes. Hawks host the Rangers tonight. College Hoops Illinois visits Ohio State in its Big Ten Conference opener. And how about Kyle Schwarber? He gets a 5-year, $150 million deal to stay with the Phillies. We'll be right back. Stream.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
We'll see you tonight at 9.
The mailman